Hi, everybody. Oh, sorry. I was really close to the microphone. I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. We're going to get started. How's everyone doing this morning? Yay! Everyone got food? You're all fed? Great. Good morning and welcome to LMFO's 2020 Women's Forum. Before we begin, I just wanted to acknowledge that we are gathered here today on unceded Algonquin territory. And my name is Taimi Grauman, and I'm Métis Cree Haudenosaunee, and I grew up in Ardrossan, Alberta. My father is Métis Cree Haudenosaunee from Frog Lake in St. Paul, and my mother is Métis Cree from Cutknife, Saskatchewan. And I grew up in Ardrossan between the two. Yeah. And I'm the youth chair of the event. I'm currently living in unceded Coast Salish territory in Vancouver. I'm an actress, a playwright, a director, and a producer. But I'm about to move home to Edmonton like this month because the planes are calling. What can I say? I would now like to invite Melanie Omeniho to come start us off. Melanie is a descendant of the historical Métis community of Lac St. Anne and is a proud member of the Métis Nation of Alberta. As a young person, Melanie attended meetings and assemblies alongside her mother and other strong Métis women role models who set the stage in creating spaces for Métis women's voices to be heard. Her political and advocacy career led her to play a role in the development and incorporation of Les Femmes Michif Otemiskwak. Otepimskwak. Yay! And to her 4 terms as president, elected by Métis women across the homeland. Melanie has been the president of Edmonton Métis Local 1886 for nearly 30 years. She is also a former president of Women of the Métis Nation of Alberta. Melanie has extensive experience in the areas of community development, social programming, family and child services, and economic development. She has developed many community programs and advocates on behalf of her community and Métis women to effect change to the various social programs to better meet the needs of the Indigenous community. Melanie plays an integral role in Métis Nation governance. She sits on the Board of Governors of the Métis Nation as a non-voting member, while ensuring consistently that the interests of Métis women are considered in every decision. She has also played a key role in the development of Métis Nation priorities to be addressed at the permanent bilateral mechanism table between the Métis Nation and Canada. Melanie has acted on behalf of the Métis Nation of several critical matters as they relate to the duty to consult to engage. Okay, everyone, here's Melanie.
Good morning, everybody. I really am grateful that you were all able to get here safely, and hopefully everybody had a good adventure coming here. And I'm hoping that your week is going to be filled with amazing memories. I can't live up to what Ty just read on my behalf from everybody, but I thank you for all of that. I love the work I do. I love being a part of Women of the Métis Nation. I love working with the women, and I want to move forward, and that's why we do these policy forums, actually, is that the policy forums are actually set up as an extension of our AGMs, where we can actually do more engagement and interchange with all of you to help set some of the priorities and directions for Women of the Métis Nation, so that we're relevant to you, so that we're not just a group that's sitting in Ottawa and not being a part of who our grassroots community are. So as we bring you guys here today, we know that we have a very broad cross-section of amazing Métis women that are gonna help to guide us. So I thank you for that. But before I get going too far, we have a friend who lives here in Ottawa. Her name is Rita Gordon. And Rita Gordon has been one of our amazing little Métis elders that's always shining and smiling and always has a positive strength-based message for all of us. And we've invited her to come and start us off with an opening prayer. And I'd like to invite Rita Gordon up here to come and do her prayer, please. Is that my phone? Thank you. I thought I turned that thing on silent. Must be God calling.
Whew. I won't be able to see anybody. Tanchi yuao menetawao. Hello everyone and welcome. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue. It's an honor to be here on the unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin Nation. C'est un honneur d'être ici sur le territoire des peuples algonquins. This morning, when I woke up, I do what I do every morning. First of all, I go to the window and I thank the Creator for letting me get up out of bed on my own at my age, for even waking up. And I look outside and, this morning I was so happy to see the sun come up. And I vowed that today would be the best day of my life ever. And because it is, I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate what an unbelievable life I've had so far. The many accomplishments and, yes, even the setbacks, because they've served to make me stronger. I'll go through this day with my head held high and joy in my heart. I'll share this joy with others. I'll tell someone that I love how deeply they mean to me. I'll give a compliment to someone I don't even know. And I'll give a hug to someone who seems down. And today is a day that I'm not going to worry about what I don't have, and just be thankful for everything the Creator has given me. And any way to worry is a waste of time, because no matter what happens to me, the Creator will see me through anything. And tonight before I go to bed, if it's a nice evening, if it's not raining or snowing, I go outside and I look for the moon. If I've seen the moon, I can go to bed so happy. And the stars, and I pick out the brightest star. Some of my friends think I'm crazy. Maybe I am, but it means a lot to me. And I talk to it because that's my husband. And I tell him what I've done during the day. And that makes me happy. And then I go inside my condo and I go upstairs and I go to the bedroom and I climb into bed on my own. And before I fall asleep, I know that while I'm sleeping, if something happens to me, that anybody's a phone call away. There's the police force, the firemen, and the EMT, I can call them. And then I thank the Creator, but I thank our veterans who gave me the safe life, who gave me a roof over my head, from them fighting for our freedom. We should include them in our prayers because, you know, their steps are slowing and their eyesight is dimming, but in our hearts they're still the mighty warriors of old. So pray for them. And then I lay my head down on my pillow and I sleep the sleep of the contented child, because I know tomorrow is going to be the best day of my life ever. At this time, I ask the Creator to give each and every one of you many, many, many years of the best days of your life ever. Thank you.
And other that I know I'm probably missing, but it's through the guidance of many of these women who I've watched for many, many years that it makes us a stronger, better nation, having them involved with us. So thank you. I just have some housekeeping things. So I want to thank first this amazing young Métis woman, and I thought, okay, I need her here. So I was able to, through Marilyn, to be able to get her contact information, and she agreed to come here. So she is doing this literally by me throwing her into the frying pan, and she's just doing an amazing job, and I thank you, Ty, for coming. There's a few other things that you're going to notice. We have some graphic and helping us out. It's going to be a very busy agenda. There's probably going to be shifting and moving things as we go because it's jam-packed and we're going to try to get everything in that we wanted to do. I thank all of you that have come as guests. We do have some government people here, and I will later get a list of them and try to introduce everybody that we have. We appreciate our government partners. We have an amazing relationship with the Government of Canada, and part of this policy forum is being able to create and build on that relationship so that we are part of what's moving forward to help set policies and priorities. And outside, thank you. And believe me, I want you guys to all enjoy them, but just one little aside, I got the best purse of all. So sorry ladies, I have been looking for a purse for over a year, actually maybe even 2 years. I wanted one of those red purses that the flight attendants have. I loved them. I go to the airports and I travel a lot, and all these flight attendants have these amazing, beautiful red purses, and I was like, I need one of those, but we couldn't find them anywhere. My Vice President, Victoria Pruden, found one from some woman in Wisconsin, I think she told me, and bought it, and I got it as a gift last night. We'll bring it down later. But I do love it, and I thank you. So, but also in those bags, just so that you don't lose it in the cloth bag, there's a little black clip. Oh, purple. And that purple clip is to put on your computers so that you can cover the camera up, and it'll slide so that you can choose when your camera is going to be able to see out or not. Because there's been lots of conversations around how people can get into our computers and stuff, and that way then you know that nobody has a camera looking in from your computer into your home or your private life. So those are little webcam covers for you. So don't lose them. They are an important part of what we do, and so I just wanted to mention that because I know they're little tiny things in the bottom of that bag. And I'm going to get Ty to come up here, and she's going to move on to introduce our amazing Vice President who's going to do lateral kindness with us.
So, Victoria Pruden was born in Edmonton and descending from a traditional Métis family with deep historical roots in Red River and north central Saskatchewan. She uses her Métis worldviews to power her work and focus on women's resilience, agency, and capacity. Victoria has worked in the anti-violence and women's services field since 1998 and has held various leadership capacities in Indigenous and non-Indigenous organizations for over 20 years. As a leader in developing trauma-informed programming, she has overseen the provision of counseling to women impacted by abuse, trauma, and violence. Victoria has devoted her career to supporting women impacted by violence and delivering healing work in Métis and First Nations communities. Her current facilitations and writings focus on Métis-specific experiences of trauma, addressing the relationship between trauma and lateral violence, and the role of healing and nervous system regulation through implementing lateral kindness. Here to share lateral kindness with us, please welcome Victoria Pruden.
Thanks for that introduction. Just before we get into the workshop part, I've got Diane Ludwig up here with me, one of our elders from Lac-La-Biche, Alberta, and she's just going to do a little bit of a spiritual presentation and a gifting before we get going. Okay.
Melanie, could you come up here for a few minutes, please? You know, you ladies noticed that I went shopping at Victoria's Secret.
It's not really Victoria's Secret.
No, really? I thought, okay, so I made something for Melanie, and then this bag came to me, and I thought, you know what? That'll be the perfect bag for her basket. So with all the work that we women do in our daily lives, there's always something that you should have that's going to give you energy, that's going to ground you, and that's going to protect you. So our color is purple. So I made this. I also made her a set of earrings. I have one more thing for her that this one was made by my friend in Enoch. I asked her to make Melanie a skirt for when she goes to all these UN meetings. And this is a skirt of our grandmothers and something that's going to protect her and keep her safe in her walk. So this is your... So that's your Victoria's Secret. Oh. Nobody's going to know what's there, right? There you go.
Thank you guys so much. I do want to tell all of you, though, I don't ever do this alone. It's only because of the strength and power and the amazing gifts of the gifted women that work beside me that I look so good, because it certainly isn't me that brings all this to the table. I've had creators' help, and I've had all your help, and thank you. Hi, hi.
Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. You're welcome. Okay, and don't forget your Victoria's Secret bag.
Oh, my God. I want to hear what Diane got in Victoria's Secret.
Okay, thank you so much, and thanks for letting us take a little bit of time to just do that gifting. As we know, sometimes in our political life, it can be thankless work, and sometimes on those really difficult days, you know, it's wonderful to have reminders about people that see you and that care about you. So thank you for all you do. So this morning, we're going to do just a little bit of a setting the stage for our week together by talking about lateral kindness, and by also talking about Wokotwin and how we treat each other like dear relatives. We're related. And so we really want to sort of get our week off to a start where we're exchanging some kindness with each other, that energy. And as I was preparing the workshop and thinking about facilitating this morning, I kept thinking, okay, what if just for today, what if we just leave behind any of the grievances that we've had, if we can just leave behind any of those difficult feelings that might exist between some of us, even in this room? What if just for today, we just left that behind and just be open to being kind, welcoming in new and fresh experiences? So that's kind of the theme for this morning. So for a moment, I'd like you to think about, just for yourselves, what are our shared values here? What's important to us? What do we demonstrate, and how do we help each other? So just thinking about those values that are really important to you. What kind of values do you see and feel here in this room? Anyone? Okay, respect. love, kindness, friendship, humor, yes, trust, compassion, sisters, yes. Okay, good. So I want to read a quote for you. Some of you may have seen this article resurface on social media in the past month. We have the pleasure of doing some work with Maria Campbell and our Wisdom Committee, and it was great to reread this article about the need for Wokotowin, a need to returning to treating each other as respected and loving relatives. And I'm just going to read this quote here. "The lovelessness that abounds in Aboriginal life is painful. It just bloody hurts. We need to start being kind to one another, start treating each other like relatives, and practicing those principles of Wokotowin, and that is free." So I would invite each one of us, if we feel tempted in this time that we're together, to gossip or to complain or to focus and more positive, and we can let those moments go where we might go another way. So a reminder in the work that we do, Le Femmes Otpimiswak, Women of the Métis Nation, we want to be strength-based with each other. So what does that mean? We want to be assertive in our communication. We want to speak for ourselves, avoid being passive-aggressive with each other or aggressive. We want to promote listening, understanding, respecting, empathy, and we want to nurture a sense of belonging. Each and every person, each and every one of us, we want to nurture that sense of belonging. Everyone has something to contribute, and we do share values, many values. Lateral kindness as an ongoing practice can help us eliminate lateral violence. It can help us at those choice points to let go of maybe old patterns of negative behavior, old ways of being. We can feel it in ourselves when how we're acting doesn't fit or it doesn't feel necessarily right. So this is just a gentle reminder for us to take that focus of being laterally kind, being strength-based. This week, let's nurture compassionate feelings and let the competition go. The competition is not our way anyways. So just a quickie reminder, we're not going to focus a lot on lateral violence, but just a reminder here. Lateral violence can look like gossiping, ridiculing, ignoring, bullying. And I wanted to just put some characteristics here. Lateral violence isn't unintentionally hurting someone's feelings or giving feedback that a person might not like. It's usually done with intent to harm. So we'll be working on some materials that we can share with the group here. But it's usually malicious, persistent, done with the intent to harm someone, repeated, persistent, and occurring over a period of time, resulting in humiliation, demeaning, or harm. So when we're on the receiving end of lateral violence, it can manifest in lots of ways. And so I just did a bit of a graphic here just to remind us that when we experience that negative behavior, it can have a lot of psychological, emotional, and physical impacts on us. Okay. And we had done this graphic up just thinking about, I'm sure we all have had times where we've behaved in ways that we didn't necessarily like, what could be going on. Usually it's people who have some elements of unhappiness happening in life. And it could have been from an early age, it could be now. When we get stressed, in fear, angry, if we're trauma survivors, we can be vulnerable to behaving in negative ways. So it's just upping our awareness. And if we start to notice behaviors in ourselves that we don't like, being able to take that breath, take that pause, press the pause button, and just go another way. Okay, I'm kind of speeding through this because I really want to get to the meat of us doing a kindness exchange today. Who has one of these little purple squares? Okay, everybody. Okay, and at your table, you've got some Sharpies, so we're going to find out what this is all about in a minute here. So our goal for this week, respectful communication. Respect empathy, assertive communication, kind communication can really help us work together in a strength-based and trauma-informed way. We each bring to this room a whole myriad of life experiences, you know, and we don't know what necessarily is in each other's life experience backpack. So by setting that tone of being strength-based, being kind, we bring out the best in each other in all this hard work that we came here to collaborate on. Okay, so some principles. Positive reinforcement, recognition, being happy for one another, commenting when we notice successes or things that we really appreciate, giving back to one another, focusing on the good. When we focus on the positive, we keep our focus on possibility, not what went wrong, not what went wrong last time, not the last negative experience we had. Let's focus on what's possible with each other. Offering validation, minimizing negativity. So when we might have that, that tendency to go to a complaining place, what if we just stopped? What if we just stopped? And what if we looked at what's possible? So instead of staying stuck, what if we look at what's possible with each other? Okay, so we're going to celebrate positive behaviors in each other, even small ones. We're going to try to be strength-based and reflecting in ourselves. What is good? What is working? How can we support this idea, this person, this effort, this initiative? We can believe in each other. We can believe in our potential to change and grow, even people that we may have had a difficult time with in the past. If we hold that space where we believe that we can get along, we can transform our relationship, we can be productive together. We're going to have an emphasis on empathy, on compassion and caring, not saying that we're going to have an endless love affair, you know, and everything's going to be, you know, Pollyanna Rosy. But, you know, what if we just behaved in such a way that, yes, we can do good work together. Yes, we can have respect for each other. Yes, we can hit pause on what went wrong last week or last month or last year, and we can move forward. So I invite you, as you move forward this week, seeing old friends, reconnecting with people, meeting new people for the first time, I'd really invite you to take those opportunities to give your full attention, reflect back positively on what you hear, what you see, what you feel with the people that we're spending time with this week. Keeping an open heart, keeping an open mind, recognize and respect the vulnerability in others. Sometimes in those vulnerable moments, we need to have space held in a gentle way, right? And reinforce positively when we're communicating respectfully, when we're speaking for ourselves, when we're hitting that pause button on being negative or bringing our baggage into a discussion or a position, just hitting the pause button and just allowing ourselves to soften and move forward in a good way. Okay, so this morning we wanted to have an experiential experience for us. And some of you may have done this in the past, done a kindness exchange. So last night, my friend Rose and I, well, it was mostly Rose, and I was lying there just resting, pretty much watching her do this. I came here with a really bad cold. So that's when you draw on your supports. Yeah, I'm definitely better. She also gave me a lot of vitamin C and zinc, little lozenges, so that really helped. So in the work that we're doing with our Wisdom Committee, Maria brought in some teachings for us about honoring the grandmothers and the Grandmothers Lodge. And so to connect with the grandmothers, one of the ribbons that we use is a polka-dotted ribbon. And of course, our color for the grandmothers and honoring the grandmothers is purple. So I wanted us to create something this morning that taps into our lateral kindness commitment to ourselves and each other. And so Rose and I created these little squares. And so on the reverse of the square, we're going to be doing a laterally kind message. And so I'll give you some prompts about that. And then in this large group of women, I would like to invite us to do a lateral kindness exchange. Now, who's done one of these before? Hands up. Okay, great. So I'll just forward to some prompts here. On your table, you have some Sharpies. Some of them are thin and some of them are thick. You also have ballpoint pens. You're going to take your square, and I'm trying to be strength-based here. I invite you to take your square. I'd encourage you to take your square. And on the back, you're going to write a laterally kind message. Now, it needs to be a message that any one of us in this room could hear and feel some relevance about. So we're going to kind of keep it open. We're going to keep it kind, positive, non-judgmental. And here's some examples. I appreciate you. You are loved. You are a beautiful person. I love you. I value you. You deserve the best. I care about you. You are wonderful. I admire you. And I'm wearing one that a young lady in our community at home made, and it says, "You are a strong woman." And so I keep this pinned over my heart, and I look at it, and it's a really nice reminder. Yeah, I am. We are all strong women in this room. So just take a moment. I'd like to invite you to take a moment, and I'd like you to write a laterally kind message that any one of us could hear and resonate with. And we're going to be sharing, so just take a moment and we'll get that done. Okay. Arturo, do you want to hit some soft, cheesy music, please? How about friendship? I'm never done being cheesy. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. When you're done, could you just give me a little sign just so I know? So just another minute. So this song is called the Friendship Song. It's from Art Napoleon's album Mioskaman, I think it is. It's kind of a lovely, gentle, cheesy song that I like. All right, are we close to being ready? Who needs more time? Who needs some more time? Okay, so maybe I'll get a little bit of a hand from the people who are ready, who've got their message ready. We're going to do a kindness exchange, which means that we're going to try to have a bit of an oval in this room, and half of us are going to be seated and are going to be listening to these messages of kindness, and the other half are going to be going around the circle and just gently sharing the message of kindness that you've got on the square in front of you. So we go all the way around and then we switch. So when you've had the practice of giving the messaging, you're going to have then the experience of receiving. And, you know, we're so busy in our lives. Sometimes people get, you know, profoundly moved by the fact that we do so much. And it's a really good energetic experience to be able to receive as well as to give. And, you know, these are universal messages of kindness that we're going to share. So if it helps you, you could imagine giving this message of kindness, you know, to the little girl inside this woman that's seated in the circle. So be as gentle and as kind as you can as you're sharing the message, and allow yourself to be open and receive. Now, if you're a trauma survivor who may have a problem having someone behind you, just signal me, because we'll get you to receive your messages and people to share them with you a little bit more gently. Sometimes if we carry a lot of trauma in our past, it can be difficult to have people come behind us and share that message, but we'll accommodate as best we can. So maybe I can get some helpers. We need to be able to form a little bit of an oval. We can take some of the chairs perhaps on the outside of our circle, and then we're going to number off into 2 groups. There needs to be enough space for us to be able to have a seated person and a person standing behind. So we'll just do the best we can. We definitely can. Yep. Yep. Yep, definitely. So the chairs that are on the outside of your table, we'll kind of form them into a little bit of a line. Okay, this is looking really, really good. May as well. So for the stage part, we'll have to just kind of shuffle things around so that there's space. We'll have a little bit of a wobbly line. Okay, and for folks with mobility issues, go ahead and have a seat where you feel comfortable, and we'll do some support to accommodate you, because we have people of varying mobilities here. Okay. So in a group this large, we're now going to look at how we're going to split this group. And has everybody done that thing where you get into a group by numbering off, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2? So we're going to start somewhere in this room, and I'll get the first. Woo! Okay. 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 Okay, Kookums who are seated, are you 1s or 2s? 1s? Okay, great. Okay. So 1. Okay. Oh, Bernie, look what you did. Strength-based, keeping it fun, right? Okay, so we have 1. Okay, 2. You're 1. 2. Yep. And you're 1. Okay. All right. Okay, so everybody got your number? Number ones, can you put up your hand, please? Okay, so I'm going to invite the number ones to have a seat in one of the chairs. And number twos, I'd like you to get a hold of your square with your message on it and find a number 1 to stand gently behind. Are you number 1? Okay, so how about you be 1 and I'll be 2? Okay, so I'm going to just do a demo here, and Melanie is going to be a number 1, and I'm going to be a number 2, and I'm going to show you what we're going to do here. Arturo's just going to turn it on. Yeah? Okay, so we need to fix that. Okay, so who doesn't have someone standing behind you? All right. Are we on? Yes, we're on. Okay, so does everyone have someone standing behind them? Who needs a person? Okay. All right. So here's how it goes. Now, Melanie and I are going to exchange squares. She's just given me the one that she wrote, and I'm going to give her mine. So I'll get you to take that one. Okay, and so I'm standing behind Melanie, and when we do the kindness exchange, I'm going to share with Melanie, we've switched squares, so we each have a message that's new to us, and I'm just going to be gentle. I'll ask her permission if I want to touch your shoulder. Mel, can I touch your shoulder? Okay. I love seeing your eyes smile. Okay, and then I'm going to move to the next person. Sherry, can I touch your shoulder? Okay. I love seeing your eyes smile. And then we're going to keep just gently moving along our circle until we're right back where we started. Okay, so just gentle, soft. Anybody give me a signal if we might need to find an alternate way. What I've done with people before is just had people kind of bend down a little bit or just kind of stoop down and share the message like that if they're working with a trauma survivor where it's really hard for them to receive a message. But just focus on openness and receiving this first time. And those of us who are sharing messages, gentle, share the message, and then move on to the next woman in the circle. Okay, any questions? Lee? No, everybody's going to trade. So you're going to trade your square now with the woman sitting behind you, so you each have a message that's new to you. Okay, and we're going to go clockwise. Okay, so we're going to go clockwise. So going this way. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready to start? Okay. 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 Judd's soft. Nope, they're going to go this way. So if you're standing where I'm standing, I'm going to give Mel the message, and then I'm going to move this way. Okay, we're ready to start.
Gladly walk across the desert with snowshoes upon my feet to share with you the last bite of bread I had to eat. I would swim out to save you in your sea of broken dreams. When all your hopes are sinking, let me show you what love means. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? I would whisper love so loudly every heart could understand. But love and only love can join the tribes of man. I would give my heart's desire so that you might see. The first step is to realize that it all begins with you and me. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? When we stand together, it's our finest hour. We can do anything, anything. Keep believing in the power. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? Yes, I do. Love can build a bridge. Love and only love between your heart and mine. Between your heart and mine. Love can build a love and only love. Don't you think it's time? Oh, don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? Love and only love. gladly walk across the desert with no shoes upon my feet to share with you the last bite of bread I had to eat. I would swim out to save you in your sea of broken dreams, but all your hopes are sinking. Let me show you what love means. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? I would whisper love so loudly every heart could understand. And love and only love can join the tribes of man. I would give my heart's desire so that you might see. The first step is to realize that it all begins with you and me. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? When we stand together, it's our finest hour. We can do anything, anything. Keep believing in the power and build between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? Yes, I do. Love can build a bridge. Love and only between your heart and mine. Between your heart and mine. Love can build a love and only love. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? Love and only love. Don't you think it's time? I would whisper love so loudly every heart would understand. Love and only love can join the tribes of man. I would give my heart's desire so that you might see. First step is to realize that it all begins with you and me. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Love can build a bridge. Don't you think it's time? Don't you think it's time? When we stand together, it's our finest hour. We can do anything, anything. Keep believing in the power between your heart and mine.
Okay, is everyone back where they started? Who is back where they started? Raise your hand, please. Okay, another minute. Okay, now are we back where we started? One more? Okay. All right, okay. Now I think we're back where we started. The people seated, you've had a chance to receive your messages. We do need to close the exercise by having the people who were going around the circle have the chance to receive. Now we're in a bit of a time crunch, ladies. I know it's wonderful to visit. It's wonderful to laugh. It's wonderful to connect. But this is going to be like a lateral kindness speed round. It's like speed kindness. So if you were going around standing, you're going to stay seated, and we'll try to focus. You can connect with your beautiful friends and loved ones at lunch, because we've got a special guest from Amnesty International. Arturo, you ready? Okay, so let's go.
around the world. When I went away, hey, oh, went away, hey, oh, went away, hey, oh. When I went away, hey, oh, went away, hey, oh, went away, hey, oh, went away.
Okay. All right. If you've completed the exercise, you can sit back down at your table. So we can come back together now. All right. Thank you so much for having some trust and opening yourselves up to doing that exercise together. We are quite short on our time here, so we can have a chance maybe to talk about what that felt like later. Any quick thoughts? What was it like to receive the positive messages? Okay. And what was it like to give them? It felt great. So just remember, at any time, if you need to ground during this conference, we would invite you to get up, walk around. You can go into the washroom, splash a little cold water, or just do some cleansing breaths. If we do 4 deep breaths, in, exhale, in, exhale, in, exhale, in, exhale. It helps to get our nervous system back online, helping us to ground, and we can silently use that tool anytime we need it. So thank you again for doing this exercise, being vulnerable, receiving, and sharing. Hi, Margaret. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks so much, Victoria. That was such a gift. Next up, we have Jackie Hansen. So Jackie's based out of the national office in Ottawa, and she is Amnesty International Canada's gender rights campaigner. She covers women's rights, LGBTI rights, and gender equality, campaigning for Amnesty International Canada through research, policy work, designing and implementing campaigns, government relations, media engagement, and more. Much of her work is currently focused on ensuring the rights of women and LGBTI rights defenders are respected, protected, and fulfilled. Addressing the human rights impacts of energy development in Canada on women, transgender, and non-binary individuals. Addressing violence against Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people, and more broadly, ending gender-based violence in Canada. Her previous work with Amnesty has focused on transgender rights in Canada, ending torture and promoting sexual and reproductive rights. Please join me in welcoming Jackie Hansen. And our break is going to be right after Jackie. Yeah.
So I'll try to keep it short because I know I'm standing between you and a break. I know what that's like. So good morning. I'm really humbled to be in this space and to have been invited into this space by President Omanejo. And it's wonderful to be here on beautiful unceded Algonquin territory this morning. As a settler who's originally from BC, and I now live up in Wakefield, Quebec, and work from the Amnesty office in Ottawa, I'm used to coming into these spaces because I am a settler and I work for a non-Indigenous organization, to really coming in to listen and to not take up space. So I'm humbled to have been invited to take up a bit of space, but I will try to keep that space small and short so that folks can move along to the break. I was asked to come in and speak a little bit about who we are as Amnesty International, about the work that we do, and about how we conduct that work, more as a bit of a placeholder to introduce who we are, what we do, how we do it, and hopefully to create some space for some follow-up discussions later. So I am going to have to leave after the break. Unfortunately, it's Quebec spring break, and I'm doing the kind of juggling of mama and work and all these other things this week. But I really appreciate the time that we have together right now, and I'm happy to follow up with folks afterwards. So in terms of who we are as Amnesty International, it's always a bit embarrassing when we say this, and it sounds like we're tooting our own horn, but we're supposed to say that we are a global movement of 7 million people and the world's biggest human rights organization, and we have folks around the world who are working to ensure that human rights are respected and protected and upheld. And so what does that actually mean? What that actually means is that a lot of what we do is we try to make sure that states, that corporations, that they listen to international law, that they implement international law. So that's one of the big things that we do. But we also know that international human rights law is constantly developing and evolving, and sometimes some parts of it are actually pretty crummy. So when there's laws that are not consistent with international human rights standards, we're actually working to sometimes change the standards, to push the envelope a little bit, and to make sure that they're actually working to create a more just and a more equal world. So in the work that we do, we're working in solidarity with communities, with individuals. Some of the work that we do internationally, a lot of it is actually around the rights of human rights defenders, so people who are peacefully working to protect land, to protect water, to protect territory, to protect equality, to work for justice, are so often under threat in so many parts of the world, and including in Canada. And so we work in solidarity with communities to make sure that the rights that folks are protecting are actually upheld, but to make sure that we're actually protecting the defenders of human rights and justice and equality. Often the work that we're doing is about changing really crummy laws and making sure that when governments change laws to make sure that they are better, that they're not just pretty pieces of paper. So a lot of the work that we're doing is naming and shaming states and trying to call them out, to point out either how crummy their laws are or to point out the inconsistencies and the differences between policy and between practice. So as Amnesty International Canada, our headquarters is in Ottawa. We are the English-speaking branch of Amnesty International Canada, so there's only 2 countries in the world that have 2 Amnesty sections, Belgium and here. And so we have a Francophone branch that's actually based in Montreal, and we work closely together. And at Amnesty International Canada, you know, it's really hard when we have this broad global mandate. We can't do it all. Unfortunately, there's just so many human rights abuses around the world. So our focus within Amnesty International Canada is really on gender rights. So that's the work that I'm doing around women's rights, around LGBTI rights, around gender equality. Work around business and human rights, which is really about trying to hold the corporate sector accountable for human rights violations, making sure they're preventing them and addressing them and supporting survivors. Work around the rights of Indigenous peoples, and a lot of the work that we do is within our hemisphere in the Americas. So we do a lot of work in solidarity with partners throughout Latin America on a range of issues. I'm just one person covering gender rights for Amnesty Canada, and so we also recognize the limits to what it is that we can do. And so much of what we do is just trying to work to recognize the excellent, amazing, incredible work that is happening at the grassroots all across Canada and all around the world. And one thing that we can do as Amnesty, as a super colonial organization that's based in London, I call it the mothership, our headquarters is actually in London in the UK, is it is actually to use that power and privilege as an organization that we have to open up wedges and open up spaces for others, and to really give that power and privilege away to folks at the grassroots to take up the space. So the work that I'm doing at Amnesty International, there's 3 pieces of it that I was asked to share that are really in relation to some of the items that are on your agenda this week. Actually, 2 of the 3 I saw were on the agenda, and the other one, there's someone in the room who's actually an expert on this issue, which is great. And so we have done a lot of work around missing and murdered First Nations, Métis, Inuit, women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks. We have done increasing amount of work with partners on the issue of sterilization without consent in Canada. We've done a lot of work on promoting the rights of land, territory, and water defenders, and I can tell you that work is certainly ramping up right now with everything that's going on across the country. And related to that is we've done a lot of work at looking at the intersections of gender and resource development and Indigenous rights. And so in all of that work that we do, everything is led by rights holders. So we are not the experts. We recognize that the expertise is within communities. We don't go anywhere or engage on any issues unless we're expressly invited to do so. So we're not just kind of going in. We really see our role as an ally organization to be able to create awareness, sometimes in international spaces, to bring an international human rights lens to issues within Canada, to really help support reaching an international audience for issues, which is sometimes really important to, for example, getting other countries on board to be pushing Canada to do more and do better in terms of protecting human rights. We really support taking a distinctions-based approach, and so really what we do is we're led by communities, and if there are things that we can do to help to create awareness, help to create change, helping to open up spaces, then that's really what we're here to do and what we're happy to do. We can't take on individual legal cases in Canada. It's really about capacity, to be honest. But there are some things that sometimes we can intervene in class action lawsuits or some cases at the Supreme Court, that kind of thing. We can sometimes do that. Often what we do is research and advocacy in conjunction with partners to try to create social change. So we don't do research and studies just because we think that's lovely. We do it really because we need something as a solid grounding to be able to create social change. And I'm so thrilled that Paulette is here from Northeast BC, because Paulette was someone who was involved in the work that we actually did in Northeast BC. A couple years ago, we were invited by partners in Northeast BC to come and get a better understanding of the oil and gas sector, of hydro development, and to really holistically have a look at resource development in Northeast BC and do a full gender analysis to really understand who is impacted and in what ways by resource development, the positive and the negative. And so this was really community-based and community-led research that we did with folks including Connie Greyeyes, a Cree woman from Northeast BC. And we did that work, and it was complicated and it was messy, and I spent an entire summer revising a table of contents because we wanted to make sure that we were unraveling all the things that needed to be unraveled to really truly deeply understand the issue. And then we took our findings back to community to test the findings to make sure that we got it right. And actually then we were able to produce a report called Out of Sight, Out of Mind, which really looks at the full range of human rights impacts of resource development in Northeast BC, with a specific focus on the impacts on Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks. And in that research, we really recognize that there are people who benefit from energy development, absolutely. But when we look at who is benefiting and who is not benefiting, there's really a lot of divides along Indigenous identity, on gender, and it really turned out that it was largely white guys from outside the region who were having financial benefits from the resource sector, and it was largely Indigenous women, it was largely First Nations and Métis women who were actually having housing prices go up and were experiencing housing insecurity, food insecurity, looking at higher rates of drug and alcohol use amongst workers, and all of these things being risk factors leading to higher rates of violence against women. And so we needed something in amnesty language to be able to hold government, to hold companies, to hold law enforcement accountable. And this community-based research has helped to do that. It ended up really supporting some of the work of the National Inquiry, which ended up with 5 calls for justice on this issue. And we were actually approached at the inquiry by partners in northern Manitoba who said, everything you have just said about Northeast BC is exactly our experience in northern Manitoba. Can you please come here? Can you please do some work with us to help open up the space to make sure that people outside of northern Manitoba really understand what's going on and really understand the need for change. And so that's ongoing work that we're doing to try to hold Manitoba Hydro accountable for some pretty atrocious human rights violations there. Likewise, on the issue of sterilization without consent, and I saw that was on the agenda for the meeting. It's really amazing to see the policy on the issue. This is something that we're working really closely with a range of partners, including Métis Women, including a number of other organizations, including the lawyer who's leading the class action lawsuit representing survivors in Saskatchewan. And really what we're doing is bringing an international human rights lens to the work, because what's happening in Canada is not only happening in Canada. What's happening in Canada is very similar to what has happened and what is happening in the US. We've also seen this happen in a number of other countries, including Chile, including Bolivia, including Mexico, including with Roma women in Europe. And it's not always been Indigenous women, depending on the country, who have been subjected to coercive, forced sterilization or other forms of reproductive violence. We often see in some countries it's been HIV-positive women. It's been other groups of marginalized women. And so that's one of the things that we're able to bring into that space on that issue, is looking at that international perspective, connecting with partners in countries like Peru, where there's some incredible Indigenous women activists who have been working to have this issue addressed in Peru for a very long time. And we have so much in this country to learn from the great things with their experience, but also some of the lessons learned that we probably want to make sure we don't repeat here in Canada, as we work to make sure that that government, that medical professionals are really making sure that this never happens again. So that's a little bit about the types of things we're involved in. Likewise, with the inquiry, it's really about how can we be a supportive voice, how can we be creating spaces, how can we be also reaching out to non-Indigenous folks to talk about this issue in a good way that's really led by community, how can we be supporting with government, talking about the need for distinctions-based approaches, how can we be creating the space for people to tell stories in the way that they want them told to reach broad audiences. And sometimes a lot of what we do is we're playing traffic cop, is a lot of media and others come to us saying, we want to hear what Amnesty has to say about this. And quite frankly, our standard line is, who have you already talked to? Oh, you're only calling white people. Well, actually, we're not going to be interviewed, but here's who you can call. And so a lot of what we are actually doing is when requests come to us as an international human rights organization, the majority of the time we're actually directing the media or the government folks or others who are contacting us to others, to rights holders, to make sure that they're hearing directly from people who are having their human rights affected and are able to speak in a way that as a settler organization, as a settler myself, that we're just not able to have those perspectives. So that's a little bit about what we're doing. You know, Melanie had really asked me just to share a bit about Amnesty, about who we are, about how we work. We are so honored to be invited into this space, and we're really looking forward to strengthening our relationships with Métis women, to looking at how we can be directly hearing from you on some of the things that you'd like us to be raising with government, with other governments in other parts of the world, in the spaces that we're in, because our goal is really to engage in a good way that's led by all of you to create some really positive human rights change. I'm sorry I can't be here for more of the week. I really desperately wanted to, but this was just such a beautiful morning and a beautiful exercise earlier to have been involved in, and I have to admit has let me, I was off last week because my spring break with my kid, but so this is kind of my start of the week, and I couldn't think of a better way to have started this week. So thank you for inviting me in, and I know I was supposed to wait and have questions, but I really do recognize I am between you and your break. So I'll be at the rowdy table over in the corner. I always find the rowdy table. I love it. I'll be over there and I'll hang out for a few minutes. So if you'd like to chat, if you'd like to grab my card, if you'd like to follow up, I'll make sure that I'm over there and available. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have a 15-minute break now. So we're going to be back at, ooh, I'm really bad at math. It's 11:18. Okay, 11:33. There we go.
So are we ready to get back to our agenda? I see this streaming in from out there. So first off, I want to thank Jackie from Amnesty for coming here and being a part of our day today. We met Jackie at a session at the end of January, I think, on informed consent, and which we're going to talk about later on in our agenda this week. And one of the things that we recognized is a lot of the work and stuff that we're doing, we can't do in isolation. So we are building a relationship with Amnesty to help us move forward some of the important priority areas where Métis women don't have rights or rights are not being valued or respected. So we're looking forward to building and continuing that relationship as we go. So thank you, Jackie. I want to let you guys know, we forgot to mention to you earlier, our event is being live streamed, I believe. Is it? And I'll get the staff to put the live stream up on the websites and the Twitters and the, it's a YouTube channel that this is on. I'm looking for our AV guy to give me assurance that I'm saying the right things, because all these languages, of course, are outside of what I actually really have a great deal of knowledge about. Anyway, I want to take the opportunity to welcome Dr. Jacqueline Maurice as our next presenter right now. Jacqueline Maurice is a Métis woman who was born in Meadow Lake and has advocated for Métis people for years. She is an expert and author on the 60 Scoop and Millennium Scoop that she has published. One of them is called The Lost Children, A Nation's Shame. This year she's launching a book called Out of the Shadows, Volume 1, Stories of 60 Scoop Warriors. She is also interested in the role of cultural and healing circles in the context of educational development for people, their families and their communities. She's a very powerful woman who I really do appreciate and call her one of our friends. Much of her work has been focused in behavioral, psychotherapeutic, did I get that right? And humanist counseling, in addition to a structural and anti-racial approach and cross-cultural counseling. She has done a lot of work on the issues of gender diversity, both in the Indigenous and the non-Indigenous communities. Dr. Maurice has come and presented with us in the past, and she brings an amazing vision and enlightenment to the work that she's done. She's a certified coach and master of social work and a bachelor of Indigenous social work. She's here to speak on overcoming adversities and becoming a powerful Métis leader. So please join me in welcoming Jacqueline Maurice.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you to our president and to our elders for their opening blessings as well as their prayers this morning. I so appreciate that. Please. So I was asked to talk a little bit on inspiration, on hope, and really drawing strength on where we come from. And hopefully I can shed some light on that and just give a bit of an insight to where I had come from and really what happened for myself and where we go as Métis women of the Métis nations that we come from. So I was asked, oh, there we go, perfect. I was talking with Lisa, and what we came up with is really what it's about. The focus isn't on me, it's about giving back to our home fires. And I guess the acid test, if you want to call it that, is, finding that endurance, finding that strength that we found here already this morning, and that courage, as well as that vision to go forward and really to make full circle and give back to our home fires. I used to think, it's just about me, focusing on healing, focusing on recovery. It's not that. It's not about the me, it's the we, as we say back home, right? And, mustering up that courage to make full circle, no matter what that looks like. And in the basics, right, even where I come from, being a Métis survivor and warrior of the 60s scoop, is what became really important, were those connections, that sense of belonging and identity that we talked a little bit about this morning already. And that's the acid test. And, I feel like celebrating already, because last year, it's funny, I know I don't look that old, but I just turned 55. And that's a celebration in itself when you think about where many of us come from. But what really happened for me, and, the endurance, when I talk about having the courage, to persevere no matter what, is finally last year, just a few months ago, I got my Métis citizenship. And that well, yeah. And it's so ironic when we think about it. I had to go through all these government hoops and, pay out a little money here and there to prove who I was. And what's really ironic or, inhumane, about that process is I was a part of the government that took away my identity. So here in Saskatchewan, being a part of the 60s scoop, I was a part of the Adopt Indian Métis program. The government can't tell me who they didn't know I was, where my community was, my Métis homeland, being Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan. And then years later, being asked to prove who I was, just to get some basic rates as a woman and as a Métis woman, So we've come a long ways, but we still have a long ways to go. And I'm just grateful, a Métis card holder, citizen, right. But many of us know, and even when our presenter from Amnesty International was talking, there is that sense of imprisonment, and I like using humor also in my slides or in my presentation. It is a wonderful medicine. But many of us started out feeling imprisoned, relationally, personally, and within our own spirit, and within our own well-being, and emotionally, and also spiritually. And as was already mentioned, being silenced and not heard. In many ways. And the next step in the imprisonment was because of government policies, a colonized history, provincial policies, the child welfare policies of where we come from. So imprisonment was on many levels, and we definitely were oppressed and not heard and invisible, and really the forgotten people. And in the forgotten nation, many of our children were the lost children. And we'll just go through some, to give a bit of a context, and some of you have heard me present. So understanding the 60s scoop, I know I don't look any older than I do in that photo there. But the whole thing about this is when you think about being a part of the child welfare system, whether we were adopted or not as Métis children, my plight was just going through a number of foster homes, so I was never placed for adoption nor registered for adoption. Years later, when I made full circle to clear away that wreckage and find strength from it, there was this woman that wanted to adopt me at the age of 4.5. But guess what, my friends? She was a single parent in 1970, and she too was a victim of the 60s scoop, because he said, tisk, tisk, you're a single parent, right? And she was unable to adopt me, but I met her years later, and she had this one photo of me. Why this photo becomes significant, also on the front of my book here, is the Adopt Indian Métis program and various 60 scoop policies or programming throughout our nation use these photos of us. This was taken, a picture of me in social services in Regina on Broad Street, their head office, their regional office. And our photos were used as a publicity campaign. It's the only photo I have, right? But it was used as a publicity campaign to adopt these poor Native kids, these misfits of society, basically. And if you really wonder about the context and the derogatory construct, you know, let's be honest here, is you can look and Google, right? Even the Montreal Gazette, pardon me, you know, also said, come and adopt these poor Native children and watch them sit at the feet of their white masters. Honest, that was the mentality. I'm not exaggerating. Yeah. And you know what was really amazing to look at this also is when I was even interviewed by one of our national radio stations, and I thought I had come a long ways in my journey, was they started out with some jingles, some AIM jingles, Adopting in Métis jingles, and they had that same tone, right? You know, welcome these poor Native children into your urban Catholic foster home so that they no longer have to be, you know, haven, or, you know, less than, basically, is what they're saying. So it just put me into shock, you know, almost when on the verge of giving an interview. But yeah, that was the mentality at the time. But this is the only photo I have of myself, so it's a good start, right? Of course, in this day and age of social media, me too, I'm guilty. I've got thousands of pictures now that I can go back on. And here too, you begin to depersonalize, and you know, our children, our Métis children, and even today as we move forward with a Métis Child and Family Service policy agenda or strategy, if you will, you know, we need to be cognizant of the power of words and the power of documentation. Many of us here are frontline people, so we need to be cognizant and think about how we're documenting our encounters with our community members, our patients, our clients, and all the way through the life spectrum, our elders also, because guess what? There's going to be a handful of people like myself that are going to make full circle and say, you know, I'd like to see what you wrote about me. Because guess what? Many of us, in my particular case, that was my parent. Social services was my parent. What a dysfunctional parent, right? You know, it was the only person I could go to and say, what was it like? You know, what was I like at 4 years old or 3 years old growing up here? You know, where was I, you know, basically? And so we do go and look back. So here you begin to see the, you know, just the objectified view of myself as a child in the system. And there you can do the math. Probably on March 30th, I was about 5 or 6 weeks old when I became a permanent ward. So I often say, and I'll say this to Lisa and Melanie, I've had senior management within the systems and our politics and governments for years, you know, especially when you grow up within, you know, such systems and structures. And the Adopting in Métis, which I've touched on, my apologies. I'll make this available, and I am cognizant of time here, though. And I've already spoke to the AIM program. And there, you know, communities were deemed socially disorganized, many of our parents unable to parent. Well, let's not get into labeling theory or blaming the victim. When you think about our parents and our grandparents, they were coming from 100 years of colonization, assimilation, a cultural genocide within the residential schools, in the residential school era. So there needs to be some accountability and responsibility. It's not about being socially disorganized or not a good parent or a healthy parent. And part two, the impacts on our Métis women, children, families, and communities, and some of the findings here, and that journey of going full circle, leaving no stone unturned, so to speak. Yeah, social services, I wanted to know, because, you know, people were asking me, Jackie, where do you come from? Who is your family? Where is your community? And everyday questions that we have, possibly this morning with our one delegate, you know, what is your medical history? Do you have a predisposition to A, B, or C? Those were a lot of unknowns for me. And I can say that today with assertion, but when I was first being asked, I had a lot of shame. I just didn't know. And actually, if you, you look at my medical reports, good, bad, or indifference, a lot of times I had so much shame growing up in the child welfare system. For next of kin, I would put myself. Well, who's your parent? You don't really have a parent, you know, or who to contact in an emergency. Well, just contact me. I know me best, right? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, like I know. I look back on those, right? Or what about these boxes and, you know, the constructive documents? Again, you know, you look and you see what? Oh, ethnicity, right, is what they call it, right? And that used to be what? Native, European, and other, right? Something like that. Yeah, really, eh? And so how do we even, you know, those of us that are, again, within our organizations, create change there and say, no, I need to stand up and take a stand and be counted, you know. So if that means an additional box, right? I am Métis, right? That needs to be, we need to be counted as we go forward. So there we go, a little bit more of some of the social services discourse, right? And here, when we talked about this morning, and thank you to Victoria for lateral kindness, well, lateral violence, it was both verbal and written and professional in my life. And here you see social services, some of the negative constructs, right? You know, and you know, maybe all children go through this, but you know, the affectionate part, well, that's really good. Looking at some of the negative characteristics, that's probably at a very young age already, 4.5. But you know, we can ask, why does a child begin to act out? And why does the child begin to be somewhat aggressive, if you want to look at it like that? And you know, obviously there's something going on in his or her young life. And here it does admit, the social services does admit in the second report in 1991 that I was in a number of foster homes and that I was in a number of rural foster homes also. But even then, they were saying that I was moved because there were poor physical standards within some of those homes. And well, then why were children placed there? I guess in the first place would be one question, but only to create trauma or a re-traumatization and victimization. And here you can see a number of these homes, they're supposed to be permanent. And really, there's nothing permanent when you're a part of the foster care system. You know, I can, you know, talk on that quite a while. And the placement broke down. So did the child, I might add, really, eh? And then the assessment, another marked change in my personality. And here, you know, the reason why I asked social services in 1991 is, you know, I need some more information, you know, tell me, you know, what happened, is what I wanted to have some validity, if you will, in terms of the abuse that I endured and a lot of the neglect and the abandonment, but specifically the sexual abuse that I went through. So, because I had people saying it's made up in your head, you know, and so forth, right? You're just asking for attention, you know, blaming the victim. It's the problem child, don't you know? So here, at least the Executive Director of Child and Family Services in Regina says, no doubt you can recall the pleasant and unpleasant experiences. And then, you know, the strength finally, you know, when I'm 26 years old, and still just making sense of life, landing on my feet. This was the strength of the second report. Finally, I find out I'm of Métis ethnic origin. Bravo, I have it black on white. And this is why I was saying earlier, it is a celebration. I am of Métis and Métis citizenship, but government knows right here. Why does this become important? If you want to call for action, just to so I don't get sidetracked. And to keep it really brief is, you know, if you look at today, with all the steps made forward with 60 Scoop survivors, government has mentioned that 60 Scoop Métis survivors and non-status survivors are not a part of any reconciliation as well as compensation or healing initiative or commemoration for that matter. Well, because they can't decipher who was Métis and not. Well, again, here's social services right here saying, no, they knew who was Métis, right? I don't quite understand that yet, but there was a call for action right there. No, we know that we too were beyond victimized, you know, within the child welfare system in the height of the 60s Scoop. But it's good to finally have some of this information. In 1996, as anyone knows me, you give me a little more information, all it does is raise more questions, right? So in 1996, another complete file review. And it's my take, even if you look at research, right? Research has always been an inner search for me. That's kind of one of my little messages, right? And I can receive, well, there this morning, right? As much as I've gone in my journey. So here, beginning to look at more research on my own life. Interesting. And you can see a little more detail, a little more information, more temporary foster homes. So you begin to see some of the commonalities and that there is some truths, right? Because this is about truth telling. And here on the cover page too, of course, the government he knows I'm pressing for answers, right? So he says, we believe at the time we responded to the allegations in the best way they knew possible, the allegations of sexual abuse, which was just devastating. When I think about trauma and where it can take us, that was going to be the end of the line for me. Probably starting at the age of 9.5, right up until I stepped into a real strong healing and recovery and red road journey. It really was, right? Because we were not validated nor heard. And here also around allegations of the physical abuse. Well, you think about it, the mild neurological damage, how does a child even get, I had trauma, I'm sure there's various theories out there, but social services never did, it's an unanswered question for me. So what that did, not only do you have a foster child, a problem child, these labels are beginning to layer up, right? You also have a child with a disability. And for myself, from that age of 4 with the mild neurological damage, I was having up to 6 grand mal seizures a day. So then, of course, it's going to make it tougher to adopt me, right? Who wants to adopt a child with a disability? And that was no fun, I can tell you that much, because in future homes where there was trauma and a re-victimization with sexual assaults, they documented that I was coming out of a seizure, that I was confused and I was disoriented. Therefore, my truth was not heard, or that it wasn't validated. Truly, I'm not exaggerating. And think of how many more children actually go through this. And so there you can see at the bottom there, just to highlight some of the salient points here. Social services documented this. Even if they've only given me this much information, that Jackie was spreading rumors that Mr. So-and-so was sexually involved with her. Well, that's enough, it was documented. And here you can see where it does create the liability and lack of fiduciary responsibility, as well as what I say, more breach of trust, is I was not interviewed regarding the allegations. So social services has given me enough information here to say, yeah, there definitely was a lack of follow-up and responsibility. And then some of the ongoing sexual relations in that home and so forth. But, again, so I'll make this available so you can go through it. But you sure begin to see that construct of labeling theory and well, misrepresentation, if you will. And then finally, I told the system where to go when I was a teenager. I was a rebellious teenager, go figure, right? But I can tell you after 14 foster homes, I did not want to go into another foster home. That was another Band-Aid approach, putting it mildly, right? And I did not want to go into a group home either, because that just continued the labeling journey. And so I said, would like to go on my own. And I don't know how articulate I was when I mentioned that, but I did go on my own by the age of 15 and 16. I was in high school. I dropped out in grade 10, and I'm not that perfect, right? But basic life skills and basic survival became really more important as I went along. I mean, high school, was learning about social studies wasn't really a priority for me. But that was my beginnings, and I had a part-time job, lied on my age to keep a part-time job so I could keep a roof over my head. I'll make mention of that too, and that sounds really, just minor, but I was so happy to see the housing strategy and the consultations that are going to take place here. And when you think about it, I was listening last night maybe to the news or something, how home and family for children is critical. It's, it brought tears to my eyes last night. And when I think of, even my own experience, keeping a roof over my head, maybe it was just a structure to the onlooker, but it kept me rooted, even if I was really self-destructive and withering at the spirit level. It kept me grounded. And I say today, one of the commonalities, if you really want to take home message, certainly during the height of the 60s scoop, being a foster child is a great boot camp for becoming homeless. So we need to start with early interventions, early interventions, right? It really is. And then we know that also segues into the jails, our institutions, and a whole variety of other activities, gang membership, a sense of belonging. Isn't that what we all want? And the medical services too, I thought, well, I'm going to be holistic and comprehensive, as I like to be, and take a look at how they constructed me. Because you can imagine, I spent most of my time, if I wasn't at school, I was going to a therapist. And, you know, if I wasn't going to a therapist, I was going to a psychiatrist, psychologist, doctor, medical doctors, you name it, right? So here's some of the admitting diagnoses. Again, labeling theory. It wasn't only social services, right, that really was harmful and dehumanizing in their labels, but also we're going to hear, you know, over the next couple of days, same with the medical field. And you know what? I have pardon me, just passionate. I have another call for action. I was saying at our table here, when you think about our health authorities, you know, throughout the countryside, you know, just, oh, it does break my heart. Saskatoon to this day still has birth alerts on our children. We need a call for action. This needs also to be addressed. It's so disheartening, you know. So we made some strides, but to be mindful of the action that we yet need to take. And so medical services, so there's some admitting diagnoses, but of course a child self-harms, right? To say, you know what, I'm hurting, can anyone hear? Can anyone hear? Of course they call it cutting today, not mutilation or foreign body. And then some of the final diagnoses, adjustment disorder, I believe I mentioned this in Calgary. Adjustment disorder, what a labeling, you know, blaming the victim, you know, diagnoses. I actually think any child that endures their very, very first contact with the child welfare system, even if it's kinship care or with extended family, it's not an adjustment disorder. They should get an award of merit. Really, you know, I mean, I went through 14 foster homes, eh? There's no adjustment disorder. I don't think the system adjusted very well, quite frankly. You know? And then, you know, some of my highlights, and I think this is why Melanie invited me here, right? I'm such a stellar scholar, try saying that one with a few coffee, is here, your prodigies. One of the medical diagnoses by the age 11, slightly mentally retarded. And I like mentioning this one because I did look at my medical files with some blocks, you know, blacked out information naturally. But I looked it up and then I included in my first book, slightly mentally retarded. Someone that's slightly mentally retarded will go to about a grade 5 comprehension, but there's hope. With some vocational support, he or she will go up to a grade 6 comprehension. Yeah. So I say, not bad for a PhD, right? You know. And one of the messages I love to give to those that are beginning their journey is, you know, when I think about that, we can move forward in a good way. I choose not to give my power to these labels, nor to institutions, but I choose to move through it and through the trauma and to have a breakthrough, not a breakdown. Easier said than done, right? But I could have folded in and I could have played, I was going to say the violin, but the fiddle, and said, poor me, don't you know what I've gone through? People are against me, families are against me, systems are against me. And that may be very true, right? That's not an exaggeration. But what am I going to do with this, right? You know, and I guess we can say, well, prove you wrong, like in a good way, right? You know, so there's one diagnosis. And my old timer, he always says to me too, George, he was a Métis instructor at the Indian Federated College. When I eventually started my university, I showed him the diagnoses, right, the original paper. I said, George, look at this. It says I'm slightly mentally retarded. And, you know, he's just a quiet, calm soul, right? And he puts his hand on my shoulder. He says, Jackie, at least it's only slightly. No sympathy, no empathy or compassion from him whatsoever. Yeah, so, you know, and he was a wonderful mentor for me, so much so. And so there's a bit about the medical. And we do have to be mindful of being a Métis foster child, several foster homes, and various types of abuse, including I see what I did. Okay, we'll just move. And the educational. And, you know, just look at it very briefly. You know, I didn't excel at, elementary school, let alone high school, because I had a lot on my plate. And I'll tell you, having 6 grand mal seizures a day, the only thing that really did, I don't know about anyone else, back then they used to seat people alphabetically. And I wrecked the alphabet because I'd have to sit close to the door because I was always having a seizure, right? Or I'd have to vacate. And anyway, there was also a lot of teasing and bullying, I guess, around that too when we think about it, right? Having an overt disability. But anyway, you know, what I wanted to say is school was really a safe place for me, you know, no matter, even if I didn't excel or anything like that, right? And probably, I don't know about anyone else, I was always the last one to be picked for, a team and things like that, you know. But at least I didn't give up. It was my safe spot to be. And now this becomes important. So the personal is political, and I'm not political. I may be more technical, but I believe in bringing voice and vision to the work we're doing here. So what I call transforming operations, and what I call the 5 R's, and this becomes really critical with the work we're doing here. Reconciliation, and I was looking at my little reconciliation book, you know, the pocket-sized one, and I thought, well, which ones can I draw attention to? Well, definitely number 1, it's not by mistake that child welfare is the first, recommendation with truth, and reconciliation calls to action. And then I just thought, well, we might as well include the first 42 of them, and the rest gets into government, right? But every aspect, justice and housing and health and child welfare, there is so much work yet to do. But, reconciliation and also nurturing these relationships, the ones we have here and with government, within our communities, with those that came before us, our ancestors, and those that paved the way for us. Trust relationships. Trust is so critical. And I often encounter those who possibly are lacking trust, and I understand that can come from trauma, and that can come from pain, and that can come from brokenness and disconnections that we've grown up with, but trust relationships are of utmost importance. I also teach that. I teach in the College of Medicine, so I always bring that forward, as well as respect and reciprocity. I'm going to share a bit, but I'm more interested also, or equally interested in what you have to share with me, your teachings, your lived experience, your stories. And also, it takes resources. We know this, human and financial. So the 5 R's in terms of operational systems and forward planning. And more importantly, so I'm one that moves from the head to the heart. So let's go to the heart of the teachings in this next few minutes, and I'll be available over the lunch hour. Giving back to our home fires. We're a keeper of the fires. We're the clan mothers and grandmothers, if you will. And my lazy 8, I think I confessed this back in October, right? I just haven't downloaded, if you will, the infinity sign. But so I got an A, or number 8 to lay down. Yeah, so, yeah, I know, but I tried. So Lisa, Lisa's here when we were chatting. So what becomes important? Hope. We talked about that. We talked a little bit about hope, and that's one of the teachings I like to pass on. So simply put, and I want to apologize, I'm a person that's always learning, not only now that I've arrived with my Métis citizenship and my sense of belonging, but I want to learn our culture, our teachings, and our language. So I want to apologize up front to our elders and those that are, first language speakers, if that makes sense. This is, what do you call it, phonetic? So you want to get it? No. But, hope in Cree, right? Becomes really important. And also, healing our past experiences. What a great acronym, right? And I always felt like a hopeless, next to homeless case, right? But finally I had some hope. That became critical in my journey, one of those seeds, right? Which started me on, as I was saying earlier, to a strong healing, recovery, as well as red road. And that has become, I don't want to emphasize that enough, that has become paramount in my life. First at the personal level and at the spirit level, but in order to go forward. And otherwise it would have remained blocks, and certainly would have added to more stigmatism, stereotypes and labels in my young life, or in my current life. We all have enough on our plate. And then Lisa was asking me, she says, well, could you speak to life promotion? And I'm like, what's life promotion, right? I don't think I even said that. And so we had a nice little discussion about suicide prevention. And you know what? My spirit just lifted, because even when I think about suicide prevention, suicide intervention, it's a colonial construct. And once again, it's laden with guilt and shame. Oh my God, so-and-so attempted suicide. Isn't it? It is, even within our services that we access to get the help that we need, in order to heal. So I got thinking and got talking to people who I know. And look at, if you put life promotion in Cree, guess what? It comes out as life teachings. Isn't that beautiful? It really is our life teachings. So we think about our teachings, such as trust, such as hope, the lateral kindness, for example. Just like, how uplifting is that, right? And how the question becomes, how do we invest and continue to invest in life promotion or our life teachings? And that comes with being with those we know. But I always say, be wary of those who think they know. That's the other part of it. Back home, if you don't mind, just very briefly, we call it, what is that term, popcorn elders? Has anyone heard that? Yeah, they just pop up everywhere, right? Yeah, I know, yeah. Oh dear, yeah, you got to be wary of who they are, those who think they know, right? Instead of being around those who know, and following through with protocol in terms of understanding and receiving their teachings. And we're almost done here. Inspiration. So there again in Cree, inspiration. And to me, of course, guess what, my beautiful friends, I'm Métis. And in this day and age of social, social media, I have an app to learn my Métis. Yeah. So everyone can say, yeah, we can provide that. Gabriel Dumont Institute, by the way, and it even pronounces it for you. So everyone can say, Kiam. I know, I love that. And doesn't it, it's not your English, right? Because English is just an action word. When we say Kiam, it's uplifting, it embraces you, and it just encompasses you, really, Kiam. So I had to accept a lot. I had to accept where I came from, and I also had to take a lot of action. And my next favorite A, so you can see I'm learning alphabetically, but at least I'm learning my language, right? It takes courage, right? It takes courage to learn. And I just love it. It's just like lateral kindness, abundance. So everyone, Miss Chat. Miss Chat, I love it, right? Abundance. And one of my mentors in Toronto, where I did my PhD, she'd talk about abundance, right? And at lunchtime, you can take a bun and dance if you want to do that too. Oh, wait, not like that. No. And wisdom. Does someone want to articulate this one for me? Wisdom. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like cow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so wisdom. And that's the other part. So my journey has been about making sense of the experience I came from, but that wasn't enough, right? Then it was gaining the knowledge and the tools that I need, the toolkit, if you will. But it was also about taking that knowledge and putting it into action, and hopefully it transpires and inspires. But wisdom is the combination, well, really the next step, if you will. I love this one. You guys ready for this one? I love it. Okay, encouragement. So, kakakshikran. Yeah, right. Yeah, I know it takes a bit of practice, but that's what it's about, right? getting out of my kakashkitan. Well, the point is, how many of us here, and I watched the expressions I was saying to Victoria, when I was growing up, no one, and I'm not exaggerating, no one ever said you could do it. No one. And we need to hear this, kakashkitan. You can do it, all of us, no matter where we're at in our life journey, the beginning, the middle, the grandmothers, the elders, we can do it. We can do it. And then my violin teachers that I put in here, some of you have seen this before. I love the power of words, and I love acronyms, right? So validation, we had some of that here this morning with our first two presenters. Introducing ourselves, having an introduction to my Cree and Métis and French roots, that was huge, right? Coming into my Métis identity and sense of belonging in my community and my communities, and now my nations. That was all an introduction, but a wonderful introduction. And Melanie will love this one when she was talking this morning, the openness. And she talked about open-mindedness. Well, many of you will be happy to hear, well, one of the other things that became instrumental in my own life, because I didn't have adults really in my life or family, was I became my own advocate, right? My own health advocate. Otherwise, I would have been a person not even here with that disability, with 6 grand mal seizures a day, with the epilepsy, and the endless medication, and the walking zombie, as I put it in my young life. That label still would have been very paramount in my life. So what I wanted to say, when I became my own health advocate at the ripe age of 21, feeling like 121, I had 2 major surgeries at the Montreal Neurological Hospital. Thank you for that. And the second surgery was successful. They successfully removed the scar tissue that was causing those grand mal seizures. No more grand mal seizures, no more medication, a new lease on life, that's putting it mildly, eh? And I always make sure that I say, Creator's gift to me is life, my healing journey, as well as my physical health. But here's the catch. What I do with it is my gift back. But what I wanted to say to Melanie, really what I wanted to say, so she'll know I have gone to any length to get an open mind. The open-mindedness you talked about. Yeah, I did. I still have an open mind, hopefully. And learning to listen deeply. Identity, I talked about our needs a little bit. And Métis-centric skills. I'm not sure if that's a phrase we use, but we've certainly gone through our lives and our histories talking about Eurocentric, I think it's called? Yeah, centricity. So why not Métis-centric skills? Empathy was mentioned this morning, the trust again. Learning about inspiration. What's more important, I heard safety here this morning. And as we go forward within our communities, our organizations, and government structures, I would also emphasize cultural safety. That too is a priority. And resiliency and roots, so Métis rates, identity again, grounds, our ceremonial and hunting grounds. Where is that making sense, for you? Tradition, or history and traditions, stories and songs. And here's just a couple closing remarks here. A call for action. It does me no good being here, telling you my story, which is a really good beginning for any of us, but a call for action that Métis women, children, families have the right and a sense of place to heal via elders, traditional knowledge keepers, advisors, and counselors. That Métis women, children, and families have the right and access to reconciliation, reparation, commemoration, and celebration. And that, I will keep putting this out there, that Métis women, families, and communities, and all Métis children and youth have a right to and to access to a Métis advocate for children and youth. Long overdue, necessary. And, just in closing here, again, visuals, right? My moccasins, these were given to me years ago up in Flin Flon when I did a presentation. One of the first presentations I did to talk about the 60s scoop, not really even knowing that anyone would be interested or that it would have the magnitude it does today. So my moccasins hanging up there. Now what becomes really critical here is our next generation, the youth we've talked about, our children and their children's children. And when I think about another teaching that's paramount in my life today, is we have a lot of emphasis, I hear it come up in dialogue all the time, we put a lot of emphasis on intergenerational trauma. Don't get me wrong, that needs to be acknowledged and validated and healed, but we need to move into intergenerational healing. Now is the time for that. So I'm very grateful. I was at an event just a couple weeks ago, and Tatiana, it just happened she was wearing this shirt too, eh? And she just loves me to pieces, so I said, do you mind if I use this when we go to, when I go to Gatineau? Not at all. She was only happy to be a part of this. But it's the next generation, intergenerational healing. And sometimes, you'll love the next slide, sometimes we just need to say what's on our mind. You know, and yeah, you know, when in doubt, just tell someone, go smudge yourself, you know. Yeah, you know, definitely. So I think my time has already ceased, but I'm very grateful that I'm here the full week. So please come and talk to me. I do have a few books, and over the lunch hour, we'll do a little bit of a stone ceremony, and I'll have my one helper. We'll do that at lunchtime, though, because we're out of time. And miigwech, and as my Creator sees fit, I will continue to give voice to our going forward as the Métis Nation, or Métis Nations, and as Métis women. Miigwech.
Oh, come back.
People always tell me. People
Don't
always
run
say
away.
that to me.
Chaplain, for all the teachings and the gifts that you bring to us, please accept this tea. It's muskeg tea. Thank you. We have more gifts for you later.
Oh my gosh. Learning to receive, right, Victoria? Miigwech.
Okay, hi everybody. We're back. Did everyone have a good lunch? Yeah? Yay! Okay. So before I introduce our keynote speaker, I'm just going to let you know that the presentation will be followed by a question and answer session. So any questions you have, write them down. Charm Logan is an Indigenous woman of Cree Métis descent from Edmonton, Alberta, with a diploma in marketing and a university background in business and communications. Charmaine plays a key role in the forward momentum of Native designs and art-based businesses at the local and international level. She has coordinated conferences and talent synopsises in Toronto, Edmonton, and Winnipeg, along with various seminars for other community events. She is a proactive spokesperson for featured media, events, community issues, documentaries, and Indigenous arts. She has also been a news writer, photojournalist, and is a published author. Charm develops and delivers training programs that focus on positive lifestyles and personal leadership. The projects feature some of today's popular role models and help provide unique and highly successful mentorship concepts to First and Métis Nations. Here to talk about positive lifestyles and personal leadership, please join me in welcoming Charmaine Logan.
Good afternoon, everybody. So just bear with me, I'm a little nervous. I was expecting just 6 of you at a workshop. I want to take time to just thank Melanie Amenahu. Can we get a big round of applause for... Thank you. I am so honored to be in the presence of such strong, beautiful women. I came in here and my presentation was going to be really professional and rights-oriented. And I've been overwhelmed already just how powerful the women are in here. And I figured, that rah-rah just comes from, each and every one of you, so maybe I don't need to talk about it today. So I'm going to talk about myself instead. I'm Cree Métis. My father's roots are from Paddle Prairie Métis settlement, and my mother's roots are from what I call Tar Sands First Nation. So we're from Fort McMurray area, Boreal Forest, the land where the medicine used to be very pure and powerful. I was raised by strong women, a single mother. I'm the oldest of 6 girls, and I grew up in a time where children were taken away all the time. How my mother managed to keep somebody like me, because I was trouble from the start. So there was times in my life where I was really upset that she didn't plan for my future, but I had what a lot of people in my peer group today don't have. I had access to my culture. My cookum taught me beadwork, I learned Cree. I got to have what my scholar friends didn't get. So that's part of who I am today. I'm just learning this whole slide thing. Cue. This was the point I was trying to make. I grew up in Edmonton, Alberta, by strong leaders in the community. Some of you may know my family, but we're talking about me today. I started a Native Art Society when I was quite young. I think I was running my first company by the time I was 19. I grew up as a statistic. I was in trouble, I was abused, I was in the system, the whole 9 yards, and I just thought, I'm not going to let that stop me from being who I am. And then I started doing productions in Winnipeg and Toronto, and I started traveling all around. I'll show you so this is my recent production. We did this last summer. It's our second annual. It's at the Art Gallery of Alberta. So we made a little bit of history. I got the Edmonton Arts Council to work with the Art Gallery of Alberta, and we were the first Indigenous fashion and all-encompassing group at the Art Gallery. And we did it with no money. Yay! Actually, it was like very, very little money. If it's one thing I can say I'm really proud about my career is I'm very key at building partnerships. I have what's called, I guess, a diplomacy skill, so I can bring partners to the table and make them work together. And that's how I've managed to build on success, is by getting the great minds together and finding ways. You don't even have to like people you work with, but if you're a professional, you can make it work. We had a lovely group from New Zealand show up. This is Griffin Powell, Nathaniel Arcan's son, did his debut runway performance with us. So it was just all exciting. This is like my cell phone footage. I love to do editing. I love to do digital graphic arts. I mean, my career is based on public relations and communications, but there's this artist side of me that I don't really put out there a whole lot. Yeah, we're definitely living in a powerful time as Indigenous people around the world. I believe, it's my own belief that the arts and artists are such big contributors to how our world is changing in a positive way, because we carry the legends, the stories, the laws, the teachings, and we, bring it out to others. So, yes, I've worked in fashion a lot. That's where I earned my name as a producer. I'm the first producer in Canada to put an all-Indigenous fashion show, all Indigenous models, all Indigenous production cast on the international runway. I'm also the first producer to cast a real-size woman on the international runway. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. So this is our show when it came out on Fashion File, FTV, CBC. It was broadcast in 172 countries. I cried when I see it. Now, this isn't any of my designs. These are the designers that I've worked with. I did the show for 3 seasons. It's a very intense, hard work, especially
Hi, my name is Denise
with the
Brion,
amount of
and
racism
my
in the world, but
company
we
is called
just slayed it.
Artifacts. My collection is
Nothing
called
stopped
Indian
us.
Summer, and it's for fall 2006.
Hi, I'm Bill Helene, Shimshan artist and fashion designer.
Hello, my name is Teresa Babayan. I am a fashion designer.
My name is Ronald Everett, and I'm presenting a fall-winter collection for 2006 that I call Coastal Elegance.
So throughout this time, I started really evolving with being, I'm a left brain and a right brain thinker, and I'm right down the middle. So I try really hard to struggle with that balance every day of being analytical and being an artist. And we're a very unique breed of people in the planet because they call us ADHD or, oh, look, shiny thing. And it's quite true, But, we're also very strong at multitasking and getting things done. You have to be fierce. You have to be fabulous. It's not a popularity contest when you're doing big things, as I'm sure a lot of you women must know, because I wouldn't be in the position I am without, strong women in my life. But this next video that I'm going to show you, I got in a lot of trouble for it. I composed it on National Indigenous Peoples Day, summer solstice, 2008. It was right after Stephen Harper made the apology, and the world stopped and watched, and I don't know how many of you would agree with me at what a dark time the Harper regime was, especially for us artists. We really had to expand our skill set because we couldn't survive on our crafts. And so I started shifting my company to be more digital solutions related. So that's where we became PR, graphic design, web design, just kind of being an all-encompassing type agency. And throughout that, I had to do a lot of the work myself. So I'm self-taught in graphic arts, and this was one of the first projects I did. When I posted it online, I had 40,000 hits by the end of the day. Death threats, and I was called out all kinds of things. It was a little too ahead of its time, so I don't know how it's going to look on the big screen. I have no other copies. It's kind of like, so I'm really proud of it because it's staging the platform of a new project that I'm working on. Could be trigger sensitive for any of you.
It took great courage, great courage, great courage.
Tragically, some of these children died while attending residential schools, and others never returned home, and died never having received a full apology from the Government of Canada. The Government of Canada now recognizes that it was wrong to forcibly remove children from their homes, and we apologize for having done this. Accounts of the emotional, physical, and sexual abuse and neglect of helpless children, and we apologize for failing to protect you. Policy has had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. You were powerless to protect your own children from suffering the same experience. On behalf of the Government of Canada and all Canadians, I stand before you in this chamber so vital, so central to our existence as a country, to apologize to Aboriginal peoples for the role the Government of Canada played in the Indian residential schools system. And we apologize, and we apologize, and we apologize, and we apologize. The Government of Canada sincerely apologizes and asks for forgiveness of the Aboriginal peoples of this country for failing them so profoundly. And for this, we are sorry. We are sorry. We are sorry. It is a testament to their resilience as individuals and to the strengths of their cultures.
It also hurt all Canadians and impoverished the character of this nation.
This Parliament chose to treat First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people as not equally human.
We are, and always have been, an indispensable part of the Canadian identity. Our peoples, our history, and our present being are the essence of Canada, are the essence of Canada, of Canada.
Thanks. I'm so shy of my art. But thanks. Yeah, it was a controversial piece. I mean, that's 12 years old already. Just kind of moving forward, you know, I think that's when I started to really grow as a woman. You know, it was no longer the fun fashion shows. Yeah, I can do this. Yeah, I can do that. And I started learning that I really wanted my voice to have more of an impact. I knew that I was already working with the young people in the community, which is great, but I needed to reach those different minds and share, you know, where we come from, who we are. And it is important you got to talk about the negative things that make you uncomfortable as much as you got to talk about the good things, because especially right now, I mean, we got to have a lot of awkward conversations. And you know, reconciliation is a really big word. And it took me a long time to go back home to Edmonton. I left in 2003 and I was out east. I was working all over Ontario, Manitoba. You know, I was working with the Mohawks, working with the Ojibwe, and, you know, Cree people, everybody. And it started sinking in for me personally that I didn't really have much of a life. I was really committed to my community and my career, and I wanted a family life. And I was told my whole life I couldn't have kids. So I went to the elders, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, give me a sec. And I wanted to know why the Creator was denying me unconditional love. And I grew up tough. I had to grow up very fast. And I was like, okay. At first, when you're running high career and you're busy, children are inconvenient. But then when you get older, you know, you realize what roots are. And the elder said, you don't need no love and no man. Thank you. You don't need kids. You got the love of your people. And it's enough to fill your heart and rise you up. And I was like, oh, that's such a gift, thank you. But it's not enough. Not for me, I want everything. That's where they gave me the name of Gichitakwe, warrior woman. So it took 3 times trying to move back home to Edmonton, job or housing or whatever. And the last time I moved home, I'm there now. I laid some roots. I want to talk about reconciliation for a second. So while our country has been changing and around Idle No More, I was the lead part in that with Toronto. And, you know, reconciliation was always in the talks. And I see our own people getting mad at each other. You know, we can't get along with our neighbors. We can't get along with other countries. And I believe in myself that we can't get along with anybody if we don't get along with ourselves. We have to learn who we are. I took the time before I moved home. I was very mad at the Creator. I didn't want to live. I'd done everything that I needed to do. There was nothing left. And, there's all this talk of reconciliation. So I had to really look at the dark side of me and be like, okay, I've lived through that. Who am I now? And you look back and I'm like, yes, I'm a strong woman, raised by strong women. But who's gonna look after me when I get old? And I tried the fostering thing. I was a foster parent a couple times. When I moved to Toronto, I was finally making such good money. I had a 2-bedroom, which is hard to get in Toronto. And they denied me adoption after going through so far in the process because I was a single woman. And I was so mad because I knew that there was all these Native children that needed a home. But I kept going on. I'm back home. And I'm just here to tell you that I believe in miracles. Not the miracles alone of who you are and what you can do, or what we can do as a voice together, but I believe in miracles from God because I gotta show you her. That's my baby. Her name is Kisik Juniper. So Kisik means Cree, or means Cree. Oh, it's the guts. It means sky, and juniper is medicine. So her name is Kisik Juniper, and she gave me new life. She gave me new hope, new meaning. Like for somebody being told my whole life and being felt like I wasn't worthy, it just changed my whole perspective. And now, if you guys thought I was fierce before, now I got something worth living and fighting for even more. And I guess what I really wanted to say while I'm here is thank you. Because our nation would be in such despair if we didn't have Métis women holding our nations together. So I'd like to read a poem I wrote, and I dedicate it to all of you. I'm not gonna cry. It's called Native Sisterhood. Whether you're on the res, from the hood, or in the bush, you're a strong Native sister that no one can push. For all the times you've suffered in vain through trials, triumphs, misery, and pain, I'd just like to thank you again and again. Thank you for being the glue that holds our nation strong. Because of you, sisters, we learn we belong. For the lost warriors you have helped and shown the way, you've mended their wounds to fight another day. For the elders you have handled, carried, and cared, soft-spoken kindness will always be shared. For the blessed children you give life, love our home, gives us our future where we're free to roam. Thank you for your arms that holds all our hearts, whether they're broken, laughing, or falling apart. Thanks for showing single daddies how to stop, drop, and shop, and just keep giving them tips how to stay on top. Thanks for helping your sister as she struggles or tries. She loves you for holding her, knowing why she cries. Thank you for your tolerance, tough loving glory. For any of your firmness, never be sorry. Thank you for your forgiveness and unspoken word. Your patience is a lesson that is often heard. Thank you for feeding us when hunger is here, for in the hard times you lessen the fear. Thank you for being weak and not afraid to cry. It teaches us humility while learning to fly. Your strength is a guiding light for many that fall. And because of you, sisters, many of us walk tall. Aye.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. I don't think there's a dry eye in the house. I know mine for sure aren't. So I'm going to introduce our next speakers. Okay. Well, let's take a 15-minute break. So can anyone tell me what time we're back? I don't have my phone this time. 2:22. So we're back at 2:37.
Is it on? Hello? So, ladies, we're going to get you guys to do something here, a bit of an exercise. So I want all the Métis women that attended our AGM in October to stand over here, please. No, just attended. You didn't have to be a delegate. Anybody that attended our AGM, just come stand over here, please. Look at the amazing powerhouse women we had at our AGM last year. So all the other ladies, I would like you to go stand over on this side, please. All strong, powerful Métis women over here. No. I think you need to go over there. I know. So women that went to the AGM are over here. Cheryl, over there. Over there. Because you didn't get a sash, did you? You didn't end up with a sash. Okay, get over there. Okay, so just give me a sec here. My staff is bringing a box through. These guys are taking the opportunity to get a picture over here. But the photographer needs to be over here, so she's going to have to come to this side. And what are you guys doing? So, at our AGM, we introduced the LFMO purple sash. I want to tell you, I know that women said that purple's Melanie's favorite color. Now, I got to tell you, whose favorite color it is my granddaughter. And of all females in the world, she's my number one. But that isn't why it's purple. The purple sash is, the purple is the color of the grandmothers. It's the healing color. And we picked it because we want to have powerful healing spirits working with women of the Métis Nation. So they're not sashes that we can buy. They're not sashes that we that you can try to ask for. They're gifted. So these ladies that have already been gifted purple sashes are going to come and sash all of you ladies and gift you. And including Sharon, the cameraman, needs to be gifted a sash too. So come back and get more sashes because there's more of you, more of them than there is of you guys. You got sash. Get over here. I couldn't think of a better person. Yes. No, I wanted medicine there too. As you get your sashes, you can come back to your seats and sit down. Did you get one? Okay. Yes. Well, no, just stay up there till you get one. Has everybody got one? Does everybody have one now? Enjoy. Oh. Did you get one? I got one. Oh, okay. Sharon, where's yours? Sharon? Where is yours? Someone just said, can you here? I'm like, are you kidding? So my last little thing to all of you, though, is with that sash comes responsibility. And that's to work from your hearts and to do good for everybody. And thank you.
Now bios? So are they coming up one by one? Or do I introduce them all? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get started with our panel we've got going on. If you can find your seats. And if these next panelists want to come up as I say your names, that would be awesome. So first we have Trina Wall and Kate Sorzan from CMHC. Are they here? Trina Wall and Kate Sorzan from CMHC. Okay, do we have Corrine Card from Alberta Métis Housing? Yay! There's Corrine. And Angela Gillis from Employment and Social Development Canada. Is Angela here? Oh, hey. Okay, so what's your name? We have Keith on Angela's behalf. Yay, Keith. And we have Joy Bremner from British Columbia as well. Yay. Okay, so each one of these panelists will have an opportunity to present, and then we'll have a short question and answer period afterwards. There's 2 people missing, so.
Gentleman is going to sit. Oh. He can sit next to you. Oh, okay. So is this everybody? So what you can do is talk. Hello? Hello? So what are we doing first? Are we all giving our little spiel first?
Is this working? Okay, it is now. So you guys can pass this mic down to each other and talk about your programs.
Can we stand? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Geez, I feel funny sitting here. You know what a day, what a conference. Marilyn, thank you for inviting me. First time. Hopefully not my last time, because this has been incredible, and I've only done, half a day? And yeah, it's awesome. So thank you. I work for, I'm from Alberta, and I'm a proud member of the Métis Nation of Alberta and a very proud mother of 4 adult children. You know what? I am. I'm not used to... Is that better? Yeah, I think I feel better. So I work for Métis Capital Housing, which is owned by the Métis Nation of Alberta.
Métis Urban and Métis Capital are sister companies, just like us in here. We're all sisters. Well, Métis Capital and Métis Urban are sister companies, both owned by the Métis Nation of Alberta, and basically ran together. Métis Urban Housing was incorporated in 1982 and started with 10 homes in 1983. Today, Métis Urban Housing owns 505 homes across Alberta in 14 different centres. Out of those 505 homes, there are approximately 287 of those homes are rented to single women or single mothers. Métis Capital Housing was incorporated in 2007 and today has 354 homes in 5 urban centres. There are approximately 151 of these homes rented by Métis women. Métis Capital Housing also owns Renaissance Tower, which is a 90-unit complex for seniors and people with disabilities. There are currently 49 women living in that residence. Nagai is a Métis Seniors Lodge, and it has 40 full-service suites. Our Family Reunification Program is an incredible program that helps Indigenous mothers and fathers reunite with their children. And I believe that this project was mentored after one that came out of Saskatchewan a few years back. Incredible program. And the FRP provides long-term housing and numerous support services. It has 8 units of 2 and 3 and 4 bedroom units. We also have a Voyageur Manor, 6 units, 12 units, 6 2-bedroom units, and 6 3-bedroom units. And that's the old news. The new news and the good news are the programs I'm working in, and I'm pretty excited about them. In October of 2019, we launched 4 new programs in Alberta. One is the Down Payment Assistance Program, where we'll help Métis citizens of Alberta purchase their first home. We'll help with 5% of their down payment to a maximum of $20,000. And this was so exciting for me. We've had a few single young Métis women purchase homes with this program. And I tell you, it just made my heart feel so good, because I was a single mother of 4 kids, and there was no such thing as buying a home. You know, we were lucky we could rent one, but to see these young girls buying their first home at such a young age, it's just incredible. Another one of the programs we have is a home repair program, where we'll help Métis citizens that already own their own home. We'll help them with up to $20,000 of repairs to their home. This is a popular one and very much needed. We also have 2 rent supplement programs. One is basically for all Métis, any Métis person that requires the help with their rent, if they qualify. It's based on lower income. If you're going through a rough spot and a little bit of lower income, maybe we can help. So we can help with rent, a percentage of your rent or a part of your rent. And then we have another one that we set up just for students. As long as you're in school, like renting in school, you live by yourself, we'll help you with up to $200 of your rent every month. And we also help with security deposits for those 2 programs. But they're very exciting programs. They're very popular. Right now, I had some stats for you here. As of February 27th, our home repair, we had processed 46 applications. 14 of those home repair were women owners of those homes. Down payment assistance, up till February 27th, we had 33 applications, and 10 women, single women, purchased their own home with that program. Rental supplement is huge. It's a huge program for us. It's our busiest, it's our most demanding, and it's with 182 applications, and those are just people that have applied. They haven't all been approved because of the certain paperwork and different things. And then our student rent supplement at 35 applications. keep in mind that these just launched in October, and the Métis Nation of Alberta just recently did a mass mail out to all their membership in regard to these 4 programs. And I tell you, I never got off the phone in about 3 or 4 days. My assistant and I, was crazy, but it was nice. And there was just so much interest out there, and they're just incredible programs. So looking forward to getting feedback. We're doing needs assessments in our communities right now around housing, and we're looking forward to getting that information and seeing what kind of programs we need to develop to move forward. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Hi there. I had provided a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not sure if it's available to be put up on the screens. Oh, here we are. Oh, that's the CMHC one. Is anybody from CMHC here?
They're going to be up after you.
Oh, okay. No, I gave it to, I sent it to you, some folks here yesterday. It's called Reaching Home, Canada's Homelessness Strategy. Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Here, would you mind going first? And I'll try to circle it. So, I'm going to stand. Yeah. We'll switch it around.
So if you could actually bring Joy Bremner's up as they figure that one out. These up. I'm getting good at sign language from the tech guys. Sorry. Tanse. It is an absolute pleasure to be here this year. I can say, just having watched and listened to everyone in this room, it's very intimidating to be standing in front of you. And I actually speak a lot, but never to a room full of women. And such powerful women with such strong voices and strong messages for all of us to take home. It's an honor to be here, and I thank you all for allowing me to be on the stage and speak. And so, myself, I've been the leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation for 9 years now. Thanks. At times, you know, when I came on, they couldn't pay the rent in 3 days. And we've come from such a wide range of, I have to thank the hundreds of people that have actually assisted with every direction that we've taken since I come on. You know, many people, you know, a couple of people will stand up and really challenge me, like, you're the only one doing anything. And I said, no one person could do what's happening here. This is our community managing to pull together and make that happen. I just on the weekend, I was actually at another chartered community on Vancouver Island doing a presentation on the role of Métis women. And at that, I actually went through 6 generations of women in my family. So my personal story, I'm a little drained from already having spent a couple days sharing that. I'm not going to do a whole lot of that with you, because as all of us know, most of us have, you know, had challenges throughout our lifetimes, and it has definitely not been easy. I think one of the positive things now, to move on into the next piece of what I'm going to say, is the fact that my granddaughter, I managed to retire early and got to be her caregiver for her first 5 years, as both parents worked full-time jobs and set their careers. And she began teaching beading with me at the Vancouver Island University when she was 7. So her and I have Métis artwork. It was for the international students that were attending the university. We've taught, and our artwork through them has gone around the world now, so that's a huge plus for herself to take that forward. But one of the things that, you know, myself in my own life, twice in my own life, I was actually homeless. There was no term as homeless when I was without a home. Once I was a very young woman. The next time I had 2 young children. So, in terms of one of the strong points that I bring to my community has been around homelessness now in the last 9 years. And I think that, what has occurred in our community is based solely on the number of partnerships we've been able to make with other service organizations, from the Women's Center, the Men's Center, Aboriginal Center, to the Boys and Girls Club, Food Share. All of them have had a piece of what we've managed to do. And my firm belief is that we cannot individually, as chartered communities with no money, create a service in every area that our community members might need. So developing those strong partnerships is a priority in order that we can do more services and provide for our community members. So just in terms of our current partnerships with housing opportunities in the Nanaimo area, the Nanaimo Aboriginal Center, and we've been involved with their 2 housing projects that they have going on. Sinala was an old derelict slum of 35 units. And BC Housing came to the Nanaimo Aboriginal Center. He got the Mid-Island Métis on board and another number of other community service agencies and began the renovation on those 35 units. And of course, then they've slowly, as people moved out, and there had to be a number of, evictions, unfortunately, because simply where it had been run or not run prior to us taking it over. And as they were renovated, and of course, with our Indigenous attachment, many of the actual renters in this facility are Indigenous, and Métis included. And it's within walking distance of a recreation center, the Vancouver Island University. It's on a bus route, and elementary, high school, and shopping, all within walking distance. So those 35 units are spectacular. The other one is Nutsalalem, and it's a new construction, and it opened in May 2018, and it actually won an award as a passive housing development from the province of BC. And so it's for Indigenous people. And now I'm just going to have to read. It's 25 units in total, include 4 bachelor suites for youth, 4 one-bedroom units for elders, 5 two-bedroom townhouse units for families, and 11 three-bedroom townhouse units for families as well. And all of these are rent controlled so that they are affordable for the individuals renting from there. And this particular unit is so very exciting for me. There's 3 pieces of artwork. There's a totem that been between the 2 stretches of building right in the center. And on each end, there are 2 pieces of Métis artwork. One is a metal installation, and it's my daughter's impression of the prairie rose with all of these circles of brilliant colors up on this wall, and they're lighted up every night. It's on one end of the building. The other end is another one of her installations, and it's a cedar woven sash, and with the infinity symbol on it, and it's spectacular. So it's on a very busy street, so whichever direction you're going, you get to see one or the other of those pieces of artwork. So that's spectacular. And again, it's close to all of those other services that, and education pieces that are necessary when you're actually doing lower income housing, because it's not like the majority of them are driving or have vehicles. Then Nanaimo Youth Services is also one of our partners, and they have 2 buildings, 22 units on one site and 14 units on another site. And they're also in partnership with us looking at BC Housing around a potential of more youth housing. And the BC Housing suggests that there's a need for at least 16 or 66 units of youth housing in our city at this point. And so we're also all very aware that they aren't always aware of how many youth are out there without homes. Then Nanaimo Food Share, and this one I think is somewhat dear to my own heart. all of our housing programs are attached to their food programs. So they have a good food box project, and they come out to the housing projects and provide boxes of fresh fruits and vegetables to those individuals that qualify. And they also provide a weekly market coupon in the spring and summer that you can go to the fresh market and get fresh vegetables and dairy products. At $15 a week they're allowed, and that comes through our agencies that we actually identify the people that would be eligible for that. And they're now, because they also have a 5-acre farm with food share, and they're looking at doing a low impact housing space on that as well. And all of these different service agencies have been so involved with the Métis and the urban Indigenous people. Generally, we have 3 First Nations right in our vicinity, and they take care of their own, or they're very separate from those of us that are in the urban setting. So again, that's a piece of joining up and becoming really good working partners with all these service agencies. Then Mid-Island Métis Nation itself, a number of years ago, we actually had a housing support program funding that came through the United Way and the City of Nanaimo. And so we were able to give 1 month rent to an individual in a variety of different situations. We actually housed a number of correction center clients as they came out for that first month, because they come out with like $150 and they're supposed to go make a life and not end up back in corrections. So that one was one of the ones that, many of them actually stayed in contact with us for years after that because it was so beneficial to them. We also housed individuals out of treatment, those walking in off the street that were homeless. And another thing that happened, that we began to realize is a couple of women had come into the office. They were uncomfortable staying at a lot of those overnight places and a lot of the other services that could give them a bed for the night. They just weren't comfortable there. They were living in their vehicles. So we began to give them so much money a month during the winter months so they could be warm at night when they were staying in their vehicles. Then we also are a member of the Nanaimo Homeless Coalition, and we have weekly updates of all of the available rentals across the city, and they give us only the lower end rentals because of course our clients would not be able to afford expensive rental units. And we've become a part of the Nanaimo Community Impact Alliance now, and that, again, that list of partnerships with them has grown dramatically. And we had made an Indigenous innovative housing application last year. And the partnerships there, I think, I get goosebumps thinking about it because the actual possibility of it was so huge for us. I need to take a breath, sorry. So Habitat for Humanity, the local in the Nanaimo region, actually on our behalf, had talked to the City of Nanaimo. And the City of Nanaimo leased them on our behalf, the Mid-Island Métis Nation's behalf, 4 city lots that we're adjoining in order for Habitat and ourselves to look for funding and to do some builds for home ownership there. And so one of the things was, now I'm going to have to set this down. Habitat, and again, I think one of the things that, even in terms of my introduction, I'm very involved and have been in the City of Nanaimo within mainstream. So a part of that also is my son and daughter both attended the Vancouver Island University and came out of it with master's degrees. My son is on the board of Habitat for Humanity, so I have to say that's how we wiggled in there, and he made that go forward, which, I applaud him sincerely. So in terms of those 4 city lots, the City of Nanaimo leased them for 3 years for $1 to us, so we could look for funding to build the 8 units that we were going to put on it. And a piece of it, the property actually has a cat stream, a stream running across the back of all of these lots. So the water feature was very important to myself. I've been a paddler my whole life and paddled thousands of miles of rivers. So having that water is a huge Métis connection. And the university had come on site as part of that application as well, with all of their trades programs, providing different, the lighting, water, all of those sorts of services. And again, we would be looking at family and youth, one youth unit, because the university is within walking distance. It's on a bus route as well. So all of those same services were locally located very close. And unfortunately, we were turned down for that application. And part of it, the funder was not looking at actually home ownership at this time. But at the same time, through Habitat, it would be so affordable, right? No down payment. Your mortgage payment can only be 1/3 of your income. And I mean, instantly, I have a couple of grandmothers that have had to go back to work because they're raising their grandkids, and pension is not enough to pay rent in the city and survive. So looking at individuals like that and the possibility of 8 units, but at the same time, Habitat has been very forthcoming, very willing to work with us on any level. So we're going out looking for funding, even if we can only get funding for a duplex on one of the lots. They would be willing to continue supporting us and making it go forward. So I applaud that effort on that one as we go forward, and all of those other service agencies and agencies that assist us with the housing plans and the housing that's so in need. I know across the country housing has become very expensive. Nanaimo on the island is one of the bedroom communities of Vancouver. So you can imagine our rental rates have skyrocketed, home prices have skyrocketed. So the whole homeless picture has become a very important thing. As I had personally experienced that in my own life, I think it's one of the things I can get back on. Thank you.
And now we're going to welcome back Trina Wall and Kate Sorzan from CMHC. And Keith.
We actually have Janet from CMHC, I think, and she's going to come, and then I'll come after her.
Okay, great, great.
Okay. She's coming.
Yeah, sorry.
I just want to say while we're waiting, I am so blessed this morning. Oh, nice. We have purse and wallet, this, and food, and good things. Say thanks. No, I'm grateful.
I just want to say, do you see how respectful public service are? They all sit there and it's, no, them first, no, them first.
So I just wanted to say hi, everyone. I'm Trina Wall. I'm a senior specialist at the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. And I'm sorry for the pause here. I thought that there was a break in between, but that's great. I'm really happy to be here. I feel privileged to be invited to this event today, and it looks like there's a really great turnout, so that's really great. So I've been at CMHC now for 10 years. I work in federal, provincial, territorial, Indigenous housing policy, and I'm here to tell you a little bit in 15 minutes or so about the National Housing Strategy. So I'm hoping that someone can turn the page on the deck. There might be a clicker here. Here we go. Oh, yay. Okay, good. So this first page here is just to tell you about the vision for the National Housing Strategy. So there was an engagement prior to the National Housing Strategy, and we went out and we spoke with Canadians across the country, Indigenous peoples, including women, including Métis, and we heard that the strategy should have a vision, and the vision is that Canadians need housing that they can afford and that meets their needs. And that's actually quite a lot to stand up to. And I'm going to present on the next slide about the National Housing Strategy and some of the targets, which I think nicely support that. But I wanted to also mention here that there's a little bit more in terms of the cornerstone, that housing is a cornerstone for sustainable, inclusive communities. And the idea is that so we're able to prosper and thrive in Canada. So I'm gonna turn the next page. And so the National Housing Strategy is a $55+ billion plan. It was originally announced as a $40 billion plan. And so this presentation could be a good hour. And again, I'm gonna try to just go through some of the highlights of what these programs and initiatives are. And I'm gonna really stop on the flagship program, which is the National Housing Co-Investment Fund. But I first wanted to say that the human rights-based approach to housing underpins the National Housing Strategy, and that there's a few initiatives that are related to it, and one of them is the National Housing Council. And so the council is designed to review the federal housing policies in the country. So that's something that we'll be hearing more about. Federal Community Housing Initiative. So that is an initiative that's designed to really support the community-based housing that exists in Canada. So those are social housing agreements that existed in Canada from the 1990s, and they're coming off of agreement. It's to make sure that there's funding available to keep that housing stock for people. And then the Canada Community Housing Initiative is the provincially and territorially administered housing stock, but it does the same thing. So it's funding in order to preserve the community-based housing that already exists in the country. Homelessness programming, that's there specifically because this is a housing continuum. So it's about housing, affordable housing, social housing, shelters, and it also includes homelessness. And there's a target, and I'll talk about that on the next page, where I've got those bigger targets available for you to see. And actually, I'm just going to say that there is a presentation today, I believe, from one of my colleagues from ESDC, and they'll be able to review that homelessness programming available to Canadians, including Métis women. Improving home ownership options for Canadians. So again, home ownership is definitely a part of the package, and that can be seen in terms of affordable housing. I'm going to talk a little bit about the mortgage loan insurance products available. There's a more recent program available, and it's for first-time home buyers. And what it does is it allows those first-time home buyers going out to be able to get a little bit more money back in terms of their house. So if you go out and you're buying a house for $200,000, you can get $20,000 back. So it's designed to be between 5% and 10%, and you have it until you own your home. So if you sell your house, you do have to give it back, but you could live there for the rest of your life. Evidence-based housing and research data and demonstrations. So that's something that we're going to talk a little bit about later in the presentation, and I have a colleague here today, Janet Nevis, who's going to speak more about research. And then a new Canada Housing Benefit. So this is really to help those Canadians who are most in need of housing. It's designed to give them a little bit of funding to help them pay their housing bills. So it's more so designed for those who are in deeper housing need. And so that's where you're going to hear more about that in the coming months. Distinction-based housing strategies. So as I was mentioning before, there had been engagements prior to the start of the National Housing Strategy. And what we heard at that time is that what was needed were distinct housing strategies for First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. And I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, are aware that there is distinctions-based housing strategy that was made with the Métis Nation, and it's for $500 million over 10 years. And so that was co-developed with Crown Indigenous Northern Affairs Canada, and CMHC supported, given the other initiatives that I'm going to finish up talking about and show you the targets about. Federal, territorial, and housing partnerships. So that is something that is currently still being completed. All have been signed except for with the province of Quebec. And it's basically funding that's provided through agreements with provinces and territories, and it's really focused on affordable housing. And then the National Housing Co-Investment Fund. So this is the flagship program, and it was announced as a $13.2 billion fund. I think that one of the good things about the co-investment fund is that there's a construction and a repair and retrofit stream. So it'll give contributions for funding and also loans. It's application-based, and it's also designed to be able to provide 4,000 shelter spaces for women and girls who are leaving family violence situations. That's one of the targets under the co-investment fund, but it is broader. It's available for other types of housing. But I can say that there has been good take-up so far in terms of the co-investment fund, that there are projects available for, that we're seeing that are for shelters and for transitional housing and geared toward women and girls. So I'm going to change to the next slide now. And so here are these targets that I was mentioning, and I really like to think about that 530,000 households removed from housing need. And in terms of housing need, we do tend to worry, I'm going to say worry, consider affordability, but it's also about crowding, and it's also about the need for major repairs. So that overall package that I was describing, and again, those are just some of the major points I really wanted to bring to your attention in terms of programs and initiatives. They're all designed to fit into that number, that overall number. But there are other numbers on the screen in terms of what's being offered, and you'll see, like as an example, if you look, there's 385,000 for households protected, and another 50,000 units created through the expansion of the community housing. So those are those programs I mentioned in terms of the Canada Housing Initiative, Community Housing Initiative, and the Federal Community Housing Initiative. So there's targets for each of those. And then there's also the target with respect to homelessness that I was mentioning. And so there's 50% target to reduce homelessness, and that's for chronic homeless shelter users. So again, someone's going to speak about homelessness and programming later today. But it just gives you an idea that the federal government is really looking at these targets and in an immediate way. And again, I have to raise with you, though, that it is a 10-year plan. So we are in year 2, and we're careful to see where all of these projects are landing. So that's pretty much it in terms of the overall plan. Again, it's a quick review, but I wanted to walk you through a few other research initiatives available just broadly. And again, my colleague is going to speak to more on that. Oh, actually, I forgot. I really like this slide too. I hope you don't mind. So there's the, I like this because it talks about the phases of development for the National Housing Strategy. And it's just a few key programs that are mentioned here, but you'll see in the middle there's the co-investment fund. But just to mention that there is seed funding available. So for that pre-project stage, when you have the feasibility studies, it's something that people can really benefit from. So I'd like to mention that and just sort of demonstrate where things are going in terms of phases. So I think that's helpful. And again, there's that mortgage loan insurance, and it's not just for the individual Canadian or household. It can also be commercial in nature too. So just wanted to point that out to you. So, and also, this is the research slide that I was making mention of. So there's demonstrations. So that's showing innovative solutions to housing challenges. Solutions labs are incubating potential solutions to housing challenges. So demonstrations is really more so about showing people a type of innovative housing project that you may have. It's going to involve some lessons learned as well for everyone. And then Solutions Lab is really about trying to get to the bottom of that issue or challenge that's really been in the way of people perhaps being able to gain housing. But it's broad, and I'm going to show you on the next slide that there can be various types of projects available, and the funding amounts vary as well. So there's the Research and Planning Fund, and that's providing support to build community research capacity. The Housing Research Awards, so recognizing Canadian excellence in housing research. The CMHC Housing Research Scholarship Program, so if there are any students out there that are interested in housing, that may be the good thing to be looking at. There's the Collaborative Housing Research Network, and this is really bringing together academic experts. And the idea, too, is that it's going to find further solutions to any housing issues and challenges. And there's been pretty good take-up with that as well. Like, we are seeing that network is really coming together. And there's also a virtual network as well, so that expert community on housing. So again, it's really about the community of practice and connecting that network of housing experts. So these are just a few more things beyond that larger plan that I was mentioning and the programs and initiatives. This is more the research side of things, but I think it's something that could also interest you. And here's actually what I was mentioning just in terms of the funding, and I do like this slide as well. I like to show it to people because it shows timelines. So you're seeing when it's going to be launched and when that deadline is to apply. So on here you notice that the Solutions Lab is on March 20th. So that's coming up soon enough, and they tend to renew every year. And then you can also see that range of funding available. So it doesn't have to be that huge project. There's also room to go forward with some smaller projects. But that's pretty much all I wanted to point out here, but just so that you're aware generally of the application timelines and the range of funding available for each of these initiatives. And now I wanted to turn to my colleague Janet Nevis, who can speak a little bit more about research. And maybe I'll just, Janet Creda, I'm sorry, I work with Janet Nevis really closely too. Janet Creda, who's been with CMHC for quite some time and is a manager right now in research. So she'd be happy to speak with you.
Thank you, and I'd like to echo Trina's thanks for inviting us to come and speak to you today. This is the... So as part of the NHS, as Trina mentioned, there is a significant research innovation component to that, and part of that is application-based and through the programs that she's mentioned, the Research and Planning Fund, and that's where communities can bring forward projects that they're working on, document best practices, understanding solutions, things like that. We also have some internal research, and we've made some changes to the way CMHC does its internal research. So I just wanted to share a couple quick slides and let you know about that. We have funding through the NHS and also through our government appropriations for our research function, and we have been supporting, working with our national partners, national Indigenous organizations on Indigenous-focused research over the last couple of years. In this year, we've just moved to a 3-year planning cycle, which for us is huge. So now we have a little bit of time to actually think about projects and programs of work over not just an annual cycle, which was challenging, but to think of things a little more in depth and a little more comprehensively over a 3-year research plan. The plan has 4 priority areas in housing supply, which is where we're looking at how we, and all of our plan is in support of CMHC's overarching goal, which is that everyone in Canada has a home that they can afford and that meets their needs by 2030. It's our ambitious, we like to call it our big audacious goal. So our internal research plan is in support of that. So one of the pieces, of course, is focusing on accelerating housing supply. And I want to mention too, through each of these areas, you don't see specifically an area focused on Indigenous in these titles, but certainly that's part of the breadth of scope in each of the areas. A second area is on housing needs, and this is where we're certainly looking at housing needs and conditions, but specifically looking at underserved areas, regions, and populations. The third area, I can't count today, is in housing finance, and that's looking at, oh, I have a little thing here. To identify new technology. This is looking at those solutions that contribute to a stable housing finance system and also promoting affordability. And finally, we do have an area in our research plan that is taking a close look at what are the outcomes, what are we learning from the National Housing Strategy in the projects that are being built. So we're actually mining our own data. We are going to be having data coming in from all the applications that we're funding through the Innovation Fund, through the Rental Fund, through the Co-Investment Fund, plus our projects, and we're going to take a piece of research to look at what the outcomes are and looking broader at housing outcomes. And I wanted to just specifically focus in a little bit on the housing needs research priority area, because in there we have 3 streams, and 2 of which do focus on Indigenous housing. So the first is under housing needs and expanding needs 1, looking at vulnerable populations. We've identified for the first 3-year plan urban Indigenous, newcomers, refugees, and seniors as sort of our priority populations to be looking at a little more in depth. So that's from a needs perspective, looking at the data that we have. And we also have the Housing Needs 3 research stream, which is continuing the work that we started working with our national Indigenous partners to address Indigenous and Northern research housing priorities. I think you're going to hear a little bit more about the research project we've initiated with LFMO, excuse me, but we're also working with Paktuti. We're working with, we've done work with the National Women's Aboriginal apologies. My words are not with me. So, and the focus of that stream is really to work with Indigenous partners to towards mutual objectives that help with the implementation of the distinction-based housing strategies that help get the objectives of the National Housing Strategy, help the implementation piece. And it's a more strategic, co-developed research that is designed to help meet the needs of Indigenous organizations that are working to address those housing needs through those strategies. And some of the work that we've done has been that kind of fundamental piece of looking at needs, barriers, challenges, and opportunities. So there's a data development needs assessment and things like that as been part of that work. That's all I really had. I think we're holding questions to the end. Is that the idea? Or, yep. So then I guess I'll pass it to my colleague to take over for homelessness. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everybody. I'm Keith Patterson. I'm with the Indigenous and Intergovernmental side of the Homelessness Policy Directorate at ESDC, and just want to say thank you so much for having me here. It's a real honor to be here amongst this room of strong women who are making a difference in their communities and for the Métis Nation, including those on the panel with me here. So I'm very honored to be with you guys. So I'm here to talk a little bit about Reaching Home, Canada's homelessness strategy. We heard about this $55 billion national housing strategy, and there's this $2.2 billion piece of it that focuses on homelessness, and that's where I work. So click that guy. So it's federal homelessness programming is not new. It actually goes back to 1999. Another very strong woman, Claudette Bradshaw from New Brunswick, spearheaded that back in the day, and we continue to go in various permutations since then. It's a real focus on urban, largely. So if we kind of think about CMHC more on the capital side, us more a bit on the services side, so operating shelters, transitional housing, housing placements, housing first programs for those that are familiar with that, a bit on skills training in the sector, prevention, increasing awareness of the importance of prevention and how the program can adapt to that. Also strong recognition dating back to 1999 of the fact that Indigenous people are overrepresented amongst the homeless population, and therefore there is a need for targeting programming in that direction, and the importance of culturally appropriate programming, which does clearly show results relative to not. Last thing on this then would be just that it's a federal homelessness programming is a community-based model, so federal funds flow to communities across the country to support local administration informed by local advisory boards to address local priorities. So we don't do much of the kind of project selection, that type of thing nationally. That's distributed amongst communities across the country. I said a bit of this already, but Reaching Home, the redesigned homelessness partnering strategy, for those that have heard of HPS or the old homelessness partnering strategy, or perhaps even the earlier iteration, the Supporting Community Partnerships Initiative, SCIPPY. So Reaching Home is the latest iteration of federal homelessness programming. It was launched on April 1st. It supports, as we just heard, the goals of the National Housing Strategy, specifically that one around 50% reduction in chronic homelessness by 2027-28. And yeah, as I mentioned already, this community-based approach. And it's largely to recognize that homelessness manifests itself differently in different contexts and communities, and the program needs to be flexible to recognize that. It's a complicated program with a bunch of funny different streams. The first one I'll mention, so you can see a list of them there. So there's an Indigenous homelessness stream that funds 30 urban communities across the country and four more general kind of province-wide areas. I'm very excited that with Reaching Home, funding flowed for the first time into Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. So that's stream has expanded since for the first time since it was introduced in 1999. So some positive steps. There's also, and this is the new thing, which is a different manifestation of the program relative to the community-based model, and that is the distinction-based approaches, as we just heard a little bit about that on the housing side. But it's basically, there's an envelope for homelessness-related priorities identified in collaboration with Métis partners, First Nations, and Inuit, and that's strongly linked with the PBM, or the Permanent Bilateral Mechanism process. The bulk of the funding is through the designated community streams. That's where 58 urban communities across the country are funded through that stream. And it's, again, it funds a lot of local service providers identified locally. And so sometimes those are Indigenous organizations, sometimes not. Sometimes there's, to different degrees, Indigenous organizations involved in those community advisory boards. But I just want to say that those streams are very open to supporting Indigenous people in the communities in question, so that people are not excluded. They're just those services are more generic, and so we also have this pan-Indigenous, more Indigenous-focused stream as well. Territorial stream, so that's a new thing with Reaching Home as well. Looking at things the unique needs in the territories need to be represented a bit better within the program. So we've adapted the program to how it works in the territories. And then the last one I'll mention is the rural and remote homelessness stream. So that's available outside of the designated communities, and I'll show you a map in a sec. So in all provinces across the country, sadly, it's a pretty small investment of $10.9 million per year, but that can fund an array of activities and services for homeless individuals or those at risk, as well as capital projects. But realize that capital doesn't go that far with an envelope of that size. And here you can kind of see where these communities are distributed across the country. So there's the designated community stream, the Indigenous homelessness stream, where we see the rural and remote, and the territorial stream up in the capital. And so those are pretty well distributed across the Métis homeland. Yeah, and then there's combination ones, particularly in the west.
What's the green dot mean?
Oh, that's the ones that get Indigenous homelessness. And then there's the ones that get shared, both Indigenous and designated community. Oh, yes, so Alberta, there's most of those are not Indigenous specific, they're getting both. Yeah. Yeah. So it's, that's the geographic footprint. And this is where I think things are, what's really new with Reaching Home relative to the earlier various manifestations of the program, and that is linking it with the reconciliation agenda and specifically the distinction-based approaches. So back in December 2016, the government established those PBMs with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation leaders to identify joint priorities, co-develop policy, monitor progress on a range of issues with the goal to closing the socioeconomic gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Specific piece that flowed out of that was back in June 2019, there was a historic signing of the Canada Métis Homelessness Accord. And so the presidents of the various regional members and the president of Métis National Council signed off on that, along with my minister at the time, Minister Duclos. So yeah, that's become kind of a framing document now as we think about a Métis Nation approach to homelessness. Within that, we're working to, it's early days, we're still figuring it out, but we are trying to advance, and specifically we're looking to advance initial contribution agreements with the governing members to enable research, engagement, pilot projects to support the development of a longer-term plan that would be more focused on services to prevent and address homelessness amongst Métis Nation citizens. Also some funding provided to the Métis National Council itself to support coordination, research, and policy development. So we're working on getting those to advance those contribution agreements so we can actually turn this accord into something concrete for the Métis Nation. The co-development process also includes the creation of an accountability framework that will set out a reporting mechanism, performance measures, evaluation process, to support the ongoing assessment of the program objectives. And then this framework is basically to respect the nation-to-nation relationship between the federal government and the Métis Nation, and then also to support data, research, partnerships, and evidence-based decision-making as we go forward. So we're also here to learn, and we're, again, in the early days of thinking about how homelessness programming fits within the reconciliation and the PBM and the Métis Nation and its various components. And so I think you folks have some really good work underway on an environmental scan, so that might be something we could learn more about and how we could then leverage that into some collaboration possibly with CMHC or CERNAC, and just to better understand and then better inform the policy development process so that we can lead to better homelessness outcomes for Métis Nation citizens as we go forward. So that's it for me.
Okay, do we have any questions? Any at all? Yep.
Check, 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 check. I'm just wondering, because I'm the housing director for the Fraser Valley Métis Association, and I haven't seen anything or heard anything as of yet, or floating out in that direction. Do we know when that's going to be happening, or what is the movement as far as BC goes? Yes.
There is, let's see, there's a few things going on. I think there is the rural and remote funding stream is open to basically anybody outside of the existing designated communities in British Columbia. More broadly, there's also a new designated community expansion process, and that's where there will be more communities identified for the first time since '99, and several communities, including Abbotsford, have put forward applications, and we're waiting for the minister and political decision-making around that. But so we don't know what the outcome of that, but several cities have been identified to become a new one, and so that will get announced by the minister at some point. That's a political process now. We've collected our evidence, and we saw really good applications from across the country. Cheers.
And then, Joy, if you ever get a chance, can I have a couple chats with you later?
Anyone else?
One of the things I want to tell everybody here is that the PowerPoints that were used today are all going to be put on a memory stick, and you'll have copies of all the PowerPoints that you've seen, so not to worry. And just on behalf of LFMO, we are receiving funding, we're supposed to be receiving funding from CMHC. We haven't actually got that yet, but they're working on it. And we do have funding for research on the homelessness thing, but one of the things I'd like to actually identify even in your presentations today, some of the work that you guys have already done, especially around some of the urban strategy kinds of processes, the statistics coming out of that would be really beneficial, because Métis is one of the hidden populations that falls in the gaps and isn't often addressed within homelessness initiatives. And I know I'm a bit more of a political beast than many here, but it's important for you guys to understand that when you use the term Indigenous, we get lost. So I'm just going to put that out there.
I've got a question for Corinne. I'm a citizen of the Métis Nation of Ontario. I have a daughter that lives in Alberta and has her Ontario citizenship. I wonder if she'd be able to access any of the programs that you have out there, or does she have to have her citizenship in Alberta?
As soon as she gets her Métis Nation of Alberta citizenship card, we can help her.
Okay, thank you.
They've got to be, part of the bylaws, you've got to be a member of the Métis Nation of Alberta.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. I was just wondering if the money promised for the next few decades, if that is affected if there's different parties in government, or is that money promised like 100%, or does it get cut when new parties come into power? I'm a political science major. This is my thing.
So I can speak to the National Housing Strategy and the $55+ billion plan, and so that's set. That's committed through previous budgets, and so there's definitely one decade where that won't change.
Okay. And then for the other presentation, does yours get affected as well through your organization? Sorry, I don't remember your name,
No worries.
sir.
I think for the next several years we're solid for 5 years, but we can't. Governments can do. As a civil servant, I can say that what I see is commitment for the next, let's say, 4 or 5 years. Beyond that, it's governments of the day can make the decisions of the day, and that's a political decision, not a bureaucrat decision.
When you say 4 years, is that because of the election we just had, or? is that like promised money, since minority governments don't normally last more than 2 years?
Well, we're signing agreements for up to 5 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
so,
you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine is more a comment than a question. Listening to each presentation was excellent, and I thank all of you. But there's two populations I didn't hear a lot about, and that was elders and women escaping violence or attempting to. So I'd like us to try to include them. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Marilyn from the Rowdy Table. So, and we have the same thing, that there is another vulnerable, underserved and Métis-based population who we know are at risk, and that is our elders and our knowledge keepers and grandparents and veterans. So what are your respective organizations doing to respond to their homelessness and shelter needs?
Sorry, I'm just getting a pen. Because I want to take down some of the comments that you're making and some of the questions, just so that I can bring those back as well. They're certainly appreciated. The $55+ billion plan over 10 years, and actually we're 2 years in, so to the individual, I should reframe that a little bit, that it was over 8 years remaining. Just so that we're clear. But it's available to all Canadians, including Indigenous peoples, including Métis and Métis women. They're largely on an application basis. So that one flagship program that I was mentioning, that's on an application basis. And then in terms of elderly or seniors, if they're in housing need, they could be eligible for the Canada Housing Benefit that I was mentioning. So that would go to tenants specifically. But so it is designed across the continuum to be able to reach the households and individuals that have that housing need.
So in the future, will there ever be a part where there's a 55 billion plus, and I see the Indigenous people are marked out of there, will there ever be a part for our seniors to be marked out of there, and our veterans that are actually allocated to them so that they can apply for these dollars? They don't have to compete against the other 400 million Canadians that are applying for it as well.
I think that's a great question, and what I think I can point to under the plan that's up there right now is there are also well, there's the provincial and territorial bilateral agreements, and so there could be funding, so they can design programs according to their provinces or territories. So a senior or elder could benefit through that. And then of course there is, and again, this is something that we just support. We're not there, we haven't been there co-leading at the table, but there is also the distinctions-based housing strategy, so with the Métis Nation, and I understand governing members as well at the table. So that's another one to point to. And so I understand that there's movement in terms of outcomes with respect to that. Is that helpful?
Sure.
Okay.
But I was just talking to is not just as Indigenous people, but as Canadians as a whole. Because I know that a lot of times I worked with elder abuse, and I see a lot of elders struggling, no matter what color, creed, community that you work for, because there is nothing out there. And if there is something out there, you have to be dirt poor in order to qualify. So, thanks.
Just in response to your question as well, if you followed through all of the partnerships that the Mid-Island Métis Nation is involved in, we've pretty much covered every single one of those areas. And one of the other things that we do, if called upon, is certainly go with someone if they're going to a mainstream housing, to support them as they go forward, because very often that's so intimidating that they will stay on the street rather than going to do that without supports. So I think, as you know, looking at all of those varieties of partnerships, and I understand completely. I mean, I am a volunteer, and I do 40 to 45 hours a week with everything that's going on. And so as long as that's our case, unless we, each of us in our communities, can identify those people to start stepping up and becoming involved, that's where I always name those hundreds of people that also support what we're doing, because they're so necessary, or we couldn't be reaching out in all those areas.
Hi, this is in regards to the map that left out massive parts of our country. I live in a very rural and remote part of northern British Columbia, so the Métis population is low, but our Indigenous population is quite high. I want to know, in your rural and remote budget, are you taking into account the amount of Indigenous people that live multi-generational, because there is no housing? So they are not homeless, but they are crammed in with 3 and 4 generations and 10 and 12 people in a 3-bedroom house. So it's not homelessness, but it's crowding, and it's dilapidated. It's, you know, being charged $1,000 for a 2-bedroom house that's housing, you know, 12 people. I don't think that I heard anything that really spoke to the population that I'm considering, that I work with every day, in any of your platforms.
I'm going to let them answer this question, but once the people that are up are done, because we have to move on with the rest of the agenda. So, sorry, guys. No, yeah, you stay there, and we'll get through these questions, and then we're going to move on.
Well, just a quick reply to that. A good question for sure. I know it's something we hear, like because we're on the homelessness side, we hear about the contributing factors, like what is leading people to be homeless. That's one factor, and then, as I mentioned earlier, about the homelessness program is more focused on services, and then so there's a whole need for capital, and that is housing. And I think that's a lot of the stuff that Trina was talking about in terms of like the National Housing Strategy, the co-investment fund, both the First Nations distinctions-based housing fund that's in early days of being developed, but it's like there's hundreds of millions of dollars that's supposed to flow into helping to address those First Nations housing needs. And so it's a long-term problem. It's getting increasingly well documented. I'm not saying I have the solution, and the reaching home isn't the only piece of the solution. But I think that there's a growing recognition, I think in BC as well, by the provincial government, and the need to kind of find innovative housing solutions like the modular housing and other things that they're doing out there. So it's a broad recognition, and I think it's going to take a while to sort. But there's increasingly better tools being developed to do it, but there's no easy or soon solution. Thanks.
Hi. First, I'd like to say my name is Joy Sinclair. I'm from Alberta, Edmonton. And I want to say thank you for that awesome presentation on our new Alberta housing initiatives. They are really, really grateful to people who have been a part of that. So the other things I want to bring up is this. I mean, in the city of Edmonton, we've had Homeward Trust dealing with homelessness for a decade or so. And we've continued during that time to have lineups at the Herb Jameson Center, outside the Bissell Center, outside Boyle Street Co-op, people 40 below waiting to get inside from about 3:30 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That's their daily. And so my question is this: is there within the format and the system that we have a way to do a step back to say, okay, millions of dollars went into Edmonton. However, there's a portion of the people that are still lining up outside, and how do we address that? Because I'm thinking, one day someone said there was $40 million a year going into Edmonton. I don't know if there is or not, it was a number. And I went, wow, I could probably put every one of those people in their own places. Why don't we do that? So Here is my real reason for standing here. I truly believe that we as Métis people have the right to have the resources to look after our own people, because it's our grandkids on the street, it's our children, it's our people, our elders. Many of us are one check away from homelessness, you know, if you don't pay your rent. So I truly believe that one of the most important things that we can do is ensure that there's Métis-specific designated funding that allows our own elected people and our own people to help ourselves, because we do know how to do that. Instead of, and here's my kicker, instead of this continual system of us being recipients of services, instead of people capable of helping ourselves and changing our own destiny and our own housing. Does that make sense to you, what I'm saying?
It makes 100% sense, and I think that's why I'm pretty excited that there is this new distinctions-based stream within the Reaching Home program. It's a new thing, started April 1st, the concept, and now we're trying to figure out how to do it, and we're doing specifically with like a First Nations component with First Nations only, Métis Nation component with MNC and the 5 governing members, Inuit 1 with ITK and the 4 regional members there, and then some other modern treaty holders. So yeah, it's very specific, and it's a co-development process. I'm not saying the money's flowing right now, but we're working on that with all the partners.
I really appreciate it, because I really look forward to the time that I appreciate funding partners, but I really look forward to the time when our needs are not being met through what for me is historically church-driven services. And that's kind of my point. Thank you for listening to me.
Hi, I'm Jessica. My family's from Fort Vermilion. Right now I'm living in Victoria, going to law school. My question is, what are you doing to ensure that the funds given through these programs are equitable, especially when you see the huge number of Indigenous people overrepresented in homelessness, incarceration, in children in care, and also wondering if the departments in the government are working together, since it's largely systemic issues caused by the Government of Canada that have created these problems, like land dispossession, 60s Scoop residential school, and whether that's recognized through these programs, and that it really is the responsibility of Canada to read the several reports that have come out that have solutions to these problems and calls to action. So yeah, I was just wondering what, if there's recognition of those things within these programs, and also what you're doing to ensure that funding is equitable. Since I know in Victoria, at least, I'm working on a homelessness project, and 1/3 of people living on the streets are Indigenous there, which is insane because 4% of the people in Victoria are Indigenous. So yeah, and a large number of those are Métis people as well.
So in terms of the National Housing Strategy, I can say that the programs are designed to prioritize vulnerable groups. And so Métis would be considered a vulnerable group. Métis women would be considered a vulnerable group. But I have to say that it's on an application basis, right? So to say perhaps that it's going to be perfectly equitable, that would be hard because it's on a rolling basis, right? But I can tell you that it is people are prioritized who are considered vulnerable groups. And that's across the board. So I hope that's helpful in terms of the question. And then I would turn to my colleague Keith, who may have something additional in terms of homelessness.
couple of things. One, around the funding. One of the other changes with the introduction of Reaching Home is a shift to what's called the outcomes-based approach. So when communities get funds from the program, they're being asked to report on what they're doing with them. And so in addition to the 50% reduction in chronic that we mentioned, we're also asking all communities to report on reduction in Indigenous homelessness. So we don't have the breakdowns for Métis Nation specifically, but we are asking that to get at that 30% that you identified, that the communities are showing that they are allocating resources in that direction. In terms of the broader structural recognition, I would say yes, it's definitely there, both on the part of the federal government as well as the provincial government. And so we're also talking to the provincial governments and territorial governments across the country about how we can collectively get at some of those structural issues, like so that when kids are leaving care or people are leaving correctional institutions, how they don't all of a sudden then find themselves homeless. So it's, again, the solutions aren't out there and happening at this point, but the recognition is there, and that's, I think, the first step. So.
I would just suggest, through all my research, I've noticed there's a lot of consultation with academics or experts, but not with the actual people. So for instance, talking to the kids who are leaving care rather than somebody who studied them.
First, I want to just offer a hands up to all the hard work and the hard work that you do. I don't know if I have specific questions for you. I think it's more an inspiration for your colleagues. So my name's Sheila Lewis. My background, I have a strong housing background. I explored whiteness and its impact on urban Aboriginal women trying to access the housing market in BC. And so one of the big things, I'm really thrilled that the federal government's come up with a strategy. I hope you can take it further and move it from a strategy to housing as a right, just overall. I recognize you're in a bind because physically we don't have structures to house those who are experiencing homelessness. So I'm hoping that there's an appetite, a drive to get the physical structures going. And I really am a fan of housing first, absolutely, especially when we're in the middle of a housing crisis, an opioid crisis, and a climate crisis that are just coming and slamming all of us. And I'm hopeful that you can elevate and celebrate the Indigenous rights in this. While I know it's not explicit in your presentations, I'm hoping it's explicit in your strategizing and your allocation and in your research. As our sister over there pointed out, across Canada, 4% of the population is Indigenous, and yet 25% conservatively we're overrepresented in all the gross ways. So I really encourage you to elevate and put Indigenous rights holders at the front of it. If we can figure out how to accommodate and make housing accessible and adequate for our Indigenous rights holders, that will balloon out to the rest of Canada. And then, can we get away from market-based housing? Again, I go back to housing as a right. And then looking at partnerships with our other government systems, like the Ministry of Children and Family Development, that put these really insane rules on how families should carry out their lives in their own homes. So those kinds of pieces that challenge people getting into housing. I'm from Kelowna. We have the Journey Home strategy, which has unfortunately gone sideways, where the new ED is now sourcing out funding for their own position rather than applying their expertise to what that Journey Home strategy is. I'm also watching an escalation of vitriol coming from the community to people who are experiencing homelessness and substance use disorders. So I'm also hopeful that you put in structures around accountability and also engagement with communities. I don't see enough town halls, forums, knocking on neighbors' doors to come and have that 45-minute to an hour discussion. I know it's time intensive and time is money, but we're getting lost in the weeds for not doing the art of visiting. I really call on you to build on the art of visiting, and let's start knitting our communities back together. Thank you.
If I could just make a comment to follow up with what you have said, I believe firmly, each of our provinces functions somewhat differently in terms of our finances. And I know I'm very familiar in BC what's going on, and our capacity, there's no funding for capacity or core funding for us. And so, a part of that then, even to these folks here, I never hear about any of these things they're talking about. I'm a volunteer. How do I spend those hours looking at all of those websites trying to identify where there is funding available for us? And so again, and that's just one of my personal pushes, is that how can we build our own capacity in our own communities? Because then we can start knocking and pounding on their doors. It's our right to be receiving these funds and these services.
Just to follow up with that, I can't leave this room today without asking any ideas on what we need to do in housing. I'm speaking for myself now, but what we need to do in housing. If we could, is this working? Yeah. If we could, anybody out there has any great ideas, stuff we haven't done yet, please let me know. I've got some brochures over here and also some cards. If you'd love a brochure to see what our new programs are, please help yourself, and please, any ideas, please share them with me. Thank you.
Okay, that leads us into our next segue. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but actually, and sorry, Ty, the thing is I thank all of these presenters for coming in, and especially for our young man here. It's a courageous day to come in this room. But you guys did all amazing. I know there's lots of questions. I know there's more questions than there is answers. But these ladies are going to be put to work now, because that's the next part of our agenda, is we're going to do a short presentation from LFMO, and you guys will be in breakaway groups trying to help us come up with the recommendations and solutions for addressing housing issues and housing needs in our communities. So that's part of what your work forward is. Lisa's looking at me like, what am I doing? But no, she's not. She knows. Now, I do have one piece of really bad news to give you guys, and I apologize. Jamie Morris is the lady that does the Indigenous tours here, and we were all prepared for that, but Jamie has some health issues in her family and has had to back out for tonight. So you're going to have a free night to go and have dinner, network, or do whatever you want, but it's been a busy day. I'm pretty sure. I know it's going to be a loss not doing the tours, but I also know that Jamie's crying sorry that she isn't going to be able to do this. So I beg for your forgiveness for us not being able to follow through with that. And so you're going to have like a 10-minute break. Is that all you need, Lisa? Okay, a 10-minute break, and Lisa's going to quickly get into her presentation, and you guys are going to get to work. That's why you see these boards going up over there. Joy wants you in her hot tub tonight.
Never to go home. Is there another someone?
Hi, everybody. I think we're going to get started again. If you can take your seats, please. I need a step stool, please. I'm actually one of the taller ones in my family. Ask my cousin Bernie, who's just a little shorter than me. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Pigeot, and I'm a senior political advisor with Les Femmes Métis Otipemisiwak. I've been with the team for almost 2 years now. I don't think she's getting rid of me anytime soon that I know of, so I think you're stuck with me for a while. First of all, welcome everyone, and I want to really thank from the bottom of my heart two ladies that are dear to my heart, Rita and Diane. You've made a mark on my heart and on my life, and I thank you for opening us in a good way and blessing our food, and I look forward to spending the rest of the week with you. Oh wait, I have to learn how to do this. Yes. So we had some wonderful presentations earlier. I promise you this presentation will be brief, succinct, and to the point, because the whole purpose of this part of the afternoon is to ensure that we have your feedback, that we have a design on a go-forward basis on what Les Femmes Métis Otipemisiwak needs to put forward to ensure that our housing goals meet the need of our women at the community. Earlier, you've heard from our presenters from CMHC about some housing work and some research. And they talked about their academic experts in those beautiful minds that come together to do those number work and that important work that we need to do to validate what we're doing. But I'm here to tell you the most important research team and the most important minds that we have are sitting right here in this room right now, and it's all you ladies, and I want to thank you for that. So welcome to our new research team. We entered into a wonderful new relationship with CMHC in 2019, and we began doing some work and laying some groundwork to do some research ourselves. So this is very new and exciting from LFMO's perspective, as we've not been able to do that, so for crying out sideways. You don't look at Bernie. Oh, okay. I'm gonna not look at Bernie for the rest. Where's my Jackie Maurice? I need to look at Jackie. Never mind Bernie. You're gonna get a spanking. We entered into a wonderful relationship, and we began designing some research that we need to do to set our course forward and really get our story written down and what we really need at the community level. We did a bit of an environmental, well, it wasn't a bit, it was quite a large process last year. We did an environmental scan. We crossed various sectors and we gathered various information, but we learned clearly that there was a gap in information and knowledge and access to support for our women for housing. What we plan to do with this research is to identify women's housing needs and to begin to fill the gaps with this project. Our partners with CMHC are going to be walking with us through this project, but certainly we are leading it. It is our information, and we're going to use it to the best of our ability to make sure that it translates into real changes in your communities. So our project is composed of a multi-method approach. We're going to be doing another environmental scan specific to housing. We're going to be undertaking a literature review, and currently we have another wonderful mind that works with us, Dr. Jennifer Adis, and she's on the lookout now for a research student to work with us on the project who'll be conducting our literature review. We'll also be combining some beautiful minds together for an advisory committee. We'll be launching into a survey, and we'll be conducting some engagement sessions across the homeland. So what we're going to do today is really to help us focus those engagement sessions and start to, so we can really be clear and to the point and moving forward on what we need to do with our engagement sessions. And so this can translate into a clear step-by-step document that we can offer and say this is what we need. So that's it for my presentation. I told you it was be quick and to the point because it's not about me talking out here. It's about us listening to you now. So we're going to do some breakout sessions, and I'm going to ask my teammates back there if they could help us count out the tables from 1 to 5. We'll have 5 different sections of breakout. 3 of them will be located in this room, and one of my beautiful teammates will bring another 2 teams down to our executive suite at the end here to do the engagement down there. I'm just going to briefly, so we have assigned some note takers, but if there is no note taker at your table, can you please ensure that that you identify someone? And what we're going to do when you come back is we're going to ask you to report back on your top point that you as a breakout session has determined is the most important piece of information that we need to go forward with in our engagement and our research. I'll just briefly review the questions. How do I go back here? Okay. Oh, for crying out sideways. I'm pushing it. Pardon me. So I'm not even touching it. Okay. So don't. I'm just going to read them. And these tech people that are beautiful back there that have been helping us all day, shout out to two gentlemen in the back that have put up with us all day. They've done a great job. I'm going to just review the questions. We will be keeping them on screen, and we'll make sure that you have the questions in the breakout rooms. So what we're asking you are what types of housing programs exist in your communities? Emergency shelters for women and children, shelters for homeless people, transitional housing, home buying programs, home repair programs, seniors housing programs, and so on and so forth. Any of the housing programs that you'd like to share with us. And we want to know in your communities, do any service providers have programming specific to Métis families, women, and gender diverse people? That's the second question. Are there specific gaps in programming that you would like to see addressed? That's a repeat. What transitional housing programs are in your community or in a nearby community, and are there support services available for those leaving transitional housing? So there, we really want to look at the second stage housing options as people move out of those temporary shelters. And what Métis-specific housing options exist or are developing in your community. So we know that the Métis Nation has some housing agreement, and there's some wonderful housing work going on across the nation. So we'd like to have a chance to hear from you if you're aware of any of those programs. So with that, I'm going to ask, I think, Samantha to count off the numbers, and we're going to... They're on it like shake and bake. So from 1 to 5, if you'd like to go to your breakout groups, and we've got about... Yep, so we've got about 35 minutes, and then we'll come back here. So this will be number 1. 1 to my right, 2 to my left, 3 to my center, 4 will be the first room as you go into the executive suite, and 5, which is the number I'm hoping to take because it's the most beautiful room with the view over the lake. So 4 and 5 down here, 1, 2, 3. And you've got Samantha and Tamsin will escort you, one of them will escort you to the executive suites. Yeah, number 2. Number 1. Sure. Great, thank you. Oh, Melissa's at number 1. Then you're at number 2. Oh, I see. Okay, great. So you... How about you go to number 2? I don't see anybody. One of our team over at that table. Is that okay, Crystal? You can type some notes. Thank you all. Could we all come back to our tables now, please? I tried, and I just sent another message. I just walked all the way down there, and so would you mind? Well, as we wait, we just have about another minute for the two groups at the end to come back. If you ever get a chance throughout the week, if you can wander straight down the hall, there's it's called the Executive Suite or Executive Lounge. There's 2 breakout rooms there. They're absolutely stunning. This venue has way surpassed my expectation, is all I have to say. And the bathtubs. What about the bathtubs? So there is some floating hotels out there, but I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. Yeah. Yeah, it would be closer to the Ottawa shore, though. But we'll when Samantha gets back, we'll ask her. She actually lives here. So I just, the wonderful gentleman that's been helping us all day in the room and tidying, keeping things, we need to change the tablecloths tonight. So please, if you could collect all your papers and bring them with you, or leave them on your chair so he can change out our tablecloths. He's very concerned that we don't have to come back tomorrow to coffee stains and whatnot. So thank you very much for that. So I'm going to just move this along because I know it's been an incredibly long day, and I'm standing between you and dinner right now, and it's not a fun place to be. So would somebody from Group 1 like to come up and perhaps say 1 or 2 sentences about the most salient or the largest theme that emerged from your conversation? So Group 1, Melissa Rose. Group 1, please. Did somebody want to report? Oh, Lisa can do it. Look at her shying away. You got this, lady. You got the strength. Oh, look at her go. Good job. Look at that courage. Oh, wait, can we get a mobile mic? Oh, they're right here.
Hello? Hi.
Hi, there you go.
Okay, so we kind of broke up the provinces and the programs each province offered. Alberta is, hello? Okay. Down payment assistance, home reno program, rent supplement, student supplement program, and those are all Métis specific, as well as Métis Capital, NIGI, Family Reunification Program, and Renaissance Tower. Métis Urban is applicable to First Nation or Métis. All you need is a card to get on the list. So BC, no Métis specific. It's all First Nation led. Family support, Métis specific. Kamloops, multi-generational support housing. Saskatchewan, they have a down payment, home reno, and still an active engagement process. Ontario, down payment assistance in process. That's number one.
So just if I could, because I know everybody's getting hungry, Lisa, from the rest of the questions, could you just choose what was the most impactful? We will capture all the flip chart notes, but if you could just choose one for us.
I could do the gaps. Policies not inclusive in shelters. There's a gender gap, children 16 plus, pets, and need more supports for seeking housing, more people advocating and helping each other with the application process. Card versus self-identification, I guess in certain areas. And we have no emergency housing available, or safe and affordable housing. So meaning like regular maintenance. Some houses are, not fit, and the landlords are benefiting and the tenants are still living in poverty.
Thank you so much for that courage, Lisa. I know I pushed you, but you did. You rocked it. How about a hand for Lisa? Woo! Okay, group number 2, please. Somebody want to talk to group number 2? That was this group over here in the corner. Tori was helping out with that. Oh, look at that, Sheila. Who was in this group here? Oh, lovely. So just 1 or 2 sentences, please.
So for number 3, we have aging out of the program, no transitional housing, no programs addressing the cultural shock from home to city, cultural revolving program for those reaching the end of life, Yorkton Housing, Parkland Housing, Northern Spruce works with the treaty people to put them in housing.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well done. I really can appreciate the end-of-life housing. It's very important that we have that kind of hospice and support for our loved ones. Thank you. What about group number 3? That's the group that was with Samantha back here. Oh.
For our group, the couple of the big things that we found was there are no supports for any youth who are aging out of the system. There's no transitional housing, there's no skill set building, anything like that. And it was kind of common amongst the different provinces. Also, a big thing that we talked about was how accessing housing through government programs, the requirements for those programs are always changing. And so you might qualify for a program 1 year, but that policy might change for it, and then the next year you no longer qualify for it, so you're back at square one.
I think we're coming out with a theme already for today, and I don't think it's been any less than 5 times today that I've heard aging out. So that's definitely a theme that we've pulled so far. So group number 4, were they the one around the beautiful executive table? Or was that the window people? Okay, group number 4 and the window people. That sounds like Pixie would like to make some comments. Oh, look at you. Good job.
They've gone to get our notes. Okay. So I'm going to try and reflect on more of what came out of our group as opposed to what I was saying.
Just
Oh, we were in the view room. We
so
had a
just to
great
make it
view.
a little easier on you, so maybe one or two sentences or a gap or something you would like to share with us
Yeah.
all.
And I think, basically a lot of what was coming out is all of the issues that we're actually facing in different sized communities. And some of them are really similar, and then others are quite different. One of the realities, though, even I reflected on a couple of people speaking to the fact that even when we're putting together housing units and different places for individuals to stay, they're too small. Because families, we do live intergenerationally, and so if you're only offering, 1 and 2 bedrooms, I know in some of our partnerships we've got some 3 bedrooms, but we've decided in our next one it has to have a number of 4 bedrooms, just because that was something we'd identified as well. So that piece was something that came out. Anything else? It was interesting in our group. It was hard for some people to actually get to speak because everyone was so energetic and had so many comments and thoughts about it. We also reflected a whole lot on a number of individuals that we hadn't really weren't being considered, and those that are are coming out of certain situations, families that then are no longer they're no longer allowed to see their own children, and for different reasons and things like that. They also have a need for some sort of healing place and place to live, right, with supports around them. Then there was the concept about perhaps centralizing services, and within my own community, what we've decided, we need hubs. One central service. Many people can't get there because we now have homeless living in all sorts of areas in our city, and we had also identified some smaller communities around us that really there's no bus service. And a lot of seniors live in those outer areas because it's affordable, and so then they can't get into town to services. So looking at how to get the services out there, get transportation to get them into where they might need to have services.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Yes, I got a message from TAMPS, and they have lots to say. Will be a few more minutes. So I thought that was wonderful, and thank you for that. And group number 5, please.
Is just on their way back from the breakout room. They're stragglers. They're on their way, though.
That's
We've
'cause-
asked them.
That's because that Marilyn was in that group, eh?
They had so much to say.
They're probably laughing. So I think if I could, until they arrive back with us, I think what I've definitely pulled from some of the groups today is we really need to look at housing from all the stages across the life cycle, from youth to those aging out, to those young mums, to those older in life, and of course to make sure we take care of our older ones and really look at their housing needs. And certainly those pensions don't go too far when you're looking at some market rents. I know there was a comment earlier on today about market rent, and I can tell you that it's not sufficient, those pensions, to cover that. And so when you look at our elderly population having to hit up the food bank because all of their income goes to their housing costs, it's a pretty sad comment on our reality. So looking at the multi-generational families when we assess housing, that was a unique perspective, and I think that group for bringing that forward, because it really is important to our Métis culture. We often have 2, 3, and sometimes 4 generations living in our family. So is that last group? Where's those stragglers? Is that Marilyn ready to talk yet? Great. So maybe I'll just go back if somebody would like to comment. So primarily, what is the biggest gap? I'm going to ask anyone if you want to do sort of, we heard of popcorn elders, we're going to do popcorn housing. One big gap. Thank you, Brenda. So comment on housing and supports for single fathers with children. Back here? Yeah, foster kids aging out. That is most definitely. Over here, please. So help with children with FA and autism and help them move on. Thank you very much. for sure. People with disabilities, definitely. Anybody else for gaps? Yes, thank you.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of extra help. Like my sister was hit by a car and she's got brain damage. She's lived with my mom her whole entire life, and she's Métis. But there's no extra help. There's no funding. There's no extra. I mean, other than what the city provides you, the couple of hours that she gets a week or whatever, or respite care once a year. She gets like 2 weeks or something. My mom gets.
Right.
But as far as my sister goes, I find that there's a breakdown in what she's entitled to, as far as, you know, she lives on the system obviously because she can't work, but there's no extracurricular activities or anything for her, or as far as that goes, for my mom to even get a break. So
that respite support.
Yes.
Or assisted living type. So I hear tell that Group 5 may have entered the building. So have you identified a spokesperson from your group? Wonderful. Tina, 2 to 3 sentences, please. Okay, I'm counting 2 to 3 sentences, please, Tina.
Okay, I'm just going to give you ideas. Okay.
Yes, wonderful.
Positive solutions to such a huge, challenging topic. We couldn't believe it, but we ended up getting a lot out of it. So thank you very much. So some of the ideas: tiny house for elders project. Hey, everybody has their nice little plot. Everybody's happy. Prioritize disabled seniors in your strategies as well. Decolonization strategy components for women's housing or shelter programs, as well as men. I'm going to say men's programs too. But having that decolonization strategy component, meaning educating and understanding, giving education and understanding to our women and men before they go back out. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So there's Marilyn, and she's always got something to say.
Okay, what I do karaoke.
This is Carpool Karaoke with Marilyn.
What am I saying?
No, you were just walking in, so I was just pointing you out.
Oh, okay, so, all right. We had a really good time. There was good food and a great discussion.
Wonderful. What happens in the executive suite stays in the executive suite. Okay.
What she told us, and I thought it was important, was the fact that there's $55 billion coming through to our communities, and that each one of us needs to take responsibility to ensure that the money doesn't just go someplace, that it actually gets used for the needs of the people. And I just wanted to say that.
Wonderful. I want to thank you all for your contribution. That's very poignant, Marilyn. And I think you can see each and every one of you by sharing your discussion. And I know sometimes we don't want to share our voices, but I can assure you that we take those voices and translate it to paperwork and to make sure that we put it in places and in front of people that need to hear these comments. And what we really truly hope with this research that we're doing is that we have some qualitative and quantitative information that we can go back to the government and say, hey, this is what our women say. I want to thank again our grandmothers today, Rita and Diane, for being with us. And I want to thank you for putting up with me for the last party you're at, for crying out sideways, Melanie. So I've got one heckler over here, and now Lady Boss is heckling me. She's wearing my name tag on her forehead. So let's pick on Lisa Day. But anyways, I want to thank you all. It's been a wonderful day. Melanie, would you like any closing remarks? No, I've said enough. Okay, Melanie has said. Okay, somebody write this date and time. Melanie has said enough. I wish you all a beautiful evening. Be kind to yourself, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for breakfast, and we have lots of wonderful discussion tomorrow. Have a great evening.